items. Any public comment on Port Authority items? Madam Clerk, do you have any cards on Port Authority? Okay. All right, any general discussion from the board?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mr. Sullivan, if you would.
Good morning.
Week.
Good morning.
Good morning. This past week, I made a trip out to the port to put some personal eyes on what's been done or not done out there.
Okay.
And Mr. Sullivan and I, he showed me the part that our tenant was supposed to have cleaned up, and in agreement, he has not tidied it up quite like he should have. Are we in agreement there?
It has not been completed, that is correct, sir.
As of that day. It could be now, but this was last week. Anyhow, I just want my fellow board members to be aware of what is happening out there or not happening out there as to what our agreement was with our tenant. And I encourage you to have a look and see. I mean, that was part of the deal. That was part of what the man said he would do and take care of, and he has not done. And I understand it's a work environment, it's a construction site environment, but it just does not look good. It's just not tidy. It's disarray everywhere of the materials out there. The stuff of ours that he was gonna clean up or do away with or use or just clean it up, it's just not there yet. Are we in agreement, sir, Mr. Sullivan?
Certainly.
Okay. Anyhow, I would encourage my colleagues to throw some eyes on that yourself.
Yes,
so
sir,
you
I've
can see
already
what's
been out
happening.
there.
Pardon?
I've already been out there.
Have you? Well, before his contract renews, I would like to see that cleaned up and tidied up.
Okay.
To looking ship shape.
All right, and just so we're clear, we're talking not all the piles, but the pile of the debris that's left over, which was concrete.
That was ours, that
Yes.
he inherited when he took use of the property that he was supposed to do away with, clean up, whatever it was.
Okay.
But it doesn't look that way right now, and
All right.
it needs to.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized. Make sure your mic's on.
Just to be clear, are we referring to the same debris that was to be removed in lieu of his deposit at the initiation of this contract?
That's the way I interpreted it.
So if we hadn't renewed that contract, he would have been in violation because he had not removed the concrete as part of his initial contract. So he did not fulfill his obligation in the first part of the contract.
That sounds like a legal question, but in my mind, yes.
Okay. And this is the same concrete that I asked Mr. Sullivan about at the last port meeting that he said had been removed. I asked you twice,
You did.
and you told me yes.
To my understanding, my knowledge at that time, it had been removed.
Okay.
Okay. So we renewed a contract, which was questionable in my eyes from the beginning, for a contractor who was in violation of the initial contract. We did not follow the covenants of the contract and renewed it outside of the 90 days that it was supposed to be presented to the board. And he didn't follow through and remove, and Mr. Sullivan told me it had been removed and told us, and we renewed it based on Mr. Sullivan's words. Okay. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page here.
Commissioner Harvey, are you?
I'm done.
Okay, Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Commando, based on this information, can we get with the contractor and basically say, we have some concerns, we realize that things maybe weren't done, but give them a timeline to clean it up? Or, I mean, I don't know what the answer is, but we need to do something, I would imagine.
Yes, you can do that. I mean, you have a lot of discretion within your kind of rights as the landlord in the situation to ensure that that your tenant is complying with the provisions of the lease.
Okay. Any other general discussion? All right. We'll close the Port Authority meeting and reconvene the BOCC. Ms. Beltran from Ride Solutions. for your presentation. And Mr. Boyd Thompson. Thank you guys for being here today
Thank you.
and giving us an update.
Where is our presentation here? This is not it. This is,
Thank you.
where is it?
Very short agreement.
I'm pretty sure it's this one right here. Okay, thank you.
Mr. You might want to have him give it to the clerk, too.
Okay, we will.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And Mr. Thompson, whatever you're giving to us, we need you to give one copy to the chair, to the clerk, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Madam Chair, may I ask?
I'm here with Mr. Boyd Thompson, our Executive Director, and we want to thank you for having us here to give you an update on our transportation service for the county. Before we go into the update, I really would like to reintroduce ourselves. We are the Community Transportation Coordinator for the county, established under Chapter 427 of the Florida statutes that outlines provisions for special transportation and communications services within the state. It's very important to highlight what 427.011 refers as coordination, which is the means to arrange the provisions of transportation services to the transportation disadvantaged in a manner that is cost-effective, efficient, and reduces fragmentation. And we'll talk a little bit more about that at the end. We were established in 1984 as ARC Transit and then became Right Solution in 1998. So we're actually into our 40th anniversary. And I think it's very interesting that this is the year in which we are working on a project to actually redesign and upgrade our bus depot. We should be actually finalizing the contract for design towards the end of this month and hopefully break ground at the beginning of 1986. This is a $2.1 million appropriation from 2023, endorsed by former Representative Bobby Payne. I would like to take a couple of minutes today to thank one person from the county's engineering staff, Scott Knowles, that I think he's in hiding someplace back there, which he actually has been very supportive in terms of helping us put together the request for qualification through FDOT and getting everything, assessed from a technical standpoint. Up to December of 2023, we were actually providing service for what we call our in-county flex services and Palatka City route. Unfortunately, this service had to be discontinued due to some extreme challenging situation regarding funding. During that time frame, up to December of 2023, we were actually providing service to over 2,000 discrete individuals in the county, and that was the highest penetration rate in the entire state for rural counties. And this data can be actually found in the CTD website AOR reports. After we discontinued that service, the number of individuals being supported significantly was reduced to less than 700 individuals. Currently, we started supporting a very limited service of Palatka City route back in April of 2025 through coordination with Palatka City officials. And why are we here today? We're here today to thank the support of the BOCC, the city officials. Via the work of our lobbyists in Tallahassee, we have been able to secure a non-recurring funding of $1.2 million to reestablish the service previously affected, and thank you all. We do really appreciate it. Those letters of support from the BOCC, from Palatka city officials, Palatka, Crescent City, really help beef up the appropriation. What services are we currently providing? We provide intercity service operating 365 days a year under a 5311F FTA grant, which is part of the Greyhound network. We service Palatka, St. Augustine, and Gainesville daily, 365 days a week, and Palatka to Jacksonville. Most of these trips are really people that go to either Gainesville and St. Augustine from Palatka to work and for medical services. In the case of Jacksonville, it's the same, also connecting into Greyhound. The main depot of Greyhound is in Jacksonville, and they connect there with Greyhound, and also with JTA services across the street out of La Villa. We have our Orange Park commuter service operating 5 days a week, and this service has been in place since the 1990s. Am I correct, Boyd? Yeah. This connects with Orange Park, with JTA. So there's connectivity between Putnam County and Duval and Clay. And we also support water management employees that come into Palatka for work. Our demand response services, which is really our dial-a-ride service within Palatka city limits, is 5 days a week. And we have limited in-county demand response service. When I mean limited, it's only 16% of our trips are for people that do not reside within Palatka city limits, but 85% of our population. It's out there, not really within Palatka. So that actually places in context the need to reestablish those services this year. What are these new services that they're not really new. We're gonna restart again. Upon receipt of the approved grant contracts from FDOT, the following services will be resumed. Palatka City Route will start providing services from 7:15 in the morning until 5:30 in the afternoon, 5 days a week. We will be able to provide 5 days a week full day service, whereas in the past it was only Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, full day, Tuesdays and Thursdays. We were only able to provide half-day service. The Cross County Express will be reestablished 5 days a week. This is the service that goes from Palatka to Interlaken, returns back to Palatka, crosses over, that's what we call a Cross County Express, and then continues providing service into South Putnam. We actually have two vehicles. They both start in Palatka. One goes west, the other one heads south. And it connects in Satsuma with our South Putnam feeder, which is the loop that goes around 309, crosses over through the Georgetown shortcut, and then heads north on State Road 17 corridor. We connect in Satsuma and then bring people into Palatka. This service is essential and critical for us right now because via this service, we were able to connect some of our veterans that reside in South Putnam in Palatka with our intercity service heading into Gainesville to be treated at the VA. Unfortunately, since December of 2023, we have seen that some of these veterans are not able to secure transportation, and we have cases in which we've known of people hitchhiking into Palatka to be able to board our vehicle going into Gainesville. When these individuals come back from Gainesville, then we have one of our smaller vans that will take them back home into Crescent City, Wallaka, wherever they reside. We are expecting this service to be resumed by early October 2025. We're just waiting for FDOT to send us the grants. We do have a challenge, and we will appreciate word of mouth support from the board in terms of hiring drivers that we need to support these services. We're right now advertising on the newspaper, the local newspaper, on the radio, Facebook, but word of mouth, if you know of anybody that wants to provide more than a job, is really provide a service to the community, just send them over to the train station. These funds that we were able to secure are non-recurring, so they probably will last us a year, probably a little bit more than a year. And as probably everybody is well aware, public transportation in rural Florida is crucial for providing mobility, improving health outcomes, boosting local economies, and enhancing social well-being. Rural areas have limited transportation options, making public transit a lifeline for many residents. As per the 2016 Cotter study, and Cotter is a Center for Urban Transportation Research, 67% of Putnam County residents are considered transportation disadvantaged based on the definition of the CTD. That's the Center for Transportation Disadvantage under FDOT. The need to develop a strategy to ensure that the service is sustainable in the future is critical. These are some of the strategies we are developing to ensure this sustainability. First, we are proposing the creation of a task force with the BOCC, that's where we're here, the City of Palatka, and the Chamber of Commerce. We've already met with the Chamber to support ongoing lobbying efforts to make the current appropriation recurring. I would like to make a point regarding recurring funding here, because I was looking at the current budget that was approved by the state, which is, I have it here some places, a big budget, $114 billion. Even though this budget was $1.7 billion less than the previous fiscal year, our non-recurring appropriation still made the cut. But it was really an appropriation supported by us and by some of the city officials. We need to make sure that this becomes a total community effort so we can make this appropriation recurring. I can't imagine why $1.2 million cannot fit within a $114 billion budget in the future. We're also proposing a match strategy to FDOT using Medicaid and Med waiver funds expended in the county as in-kind match. Some of the challenges that we have regarding funding is not all of our grants are 100%. So we actually have to find matching. And transportation is not one of those, I would call them sexy type of issues that we can probably find organizations that may support us. And last but not least, the strengthening of Chapter 427 so that rural CTCs have the right for first refusal for transportation disadvantaged dollars allocated for the county. In 2019, as a result of Medicaid reform, a large number of rural CTCs were actually out of business because most of the Medicaid funds were farmed out to private companies. We don't have anything against some of these funds being allocated to private entities, but there's not that much Uber presence in Putnam County. And for example, in Duval County, Uber is actually used for Medicaid trips. My sister lives in Orlando, and she is picked up at her house by an Uber to take her to the medical appointments. That's not going to happen in Putnam County. So we can provide efficient, very cost-effective transportation. So if we can get some of those funds being allocated back into rural CTCs, that will help sustain our service in the future. Any questions?
Are there any questions for the presenter?
I do.
Commissioner Harvey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I saw on one of your slides that you stop in Satsuma. Why don't you just continue down to Crescent City?
We do, with the South Putnam feeder. So we have CCE 1 and CCE 2. This is our cross-county express. Begins in Palatka, one vehicle heads west all the way to Interlaken, another vehicle heads south in Satsuma. Then we have our South Putnam feeder route that starts in Satsuma, loops down 309 south, crosses over Georgetown shortcut, and then comes back north through State Road 17 corridor. These are the flex routes, which are really routes that even though they transit in a specific direction, we flex at the system to actually pick up people outside the main corridor.
All right, my next question is, why do we want to continue trying to receive appropriations? We used to just, and correct me if I'm wrong, Boyd, we used to get recurring revenues for transportation disadvantage. So why don't we ask the legislators to put us in the budget for rural counties to get funds and not worry about appropriations every year?
We do have CTD funds to the tune of $480,000 a year.
If we could increase that, then the need for appropriations might go away.
Right. There was a effort,
Mr. Boyd, if you'll step over to the mic.
I'm sorry. There was an effort in the legislature this year to establish a rural transit block grant.
Okay.
This was the first year they've tried that. That failed. Our need is critical in that we have a year to make sure that this reoccurs. So, you know, exploring, you know, our third item there, which is, you know, trying to get teeth into 427 so that we can reaccess, you know, Medicaid. And there's Council on Aging funds that have never flowed through the system, and Head Start, and that, you know, there's a lot of funding flowing here that could be used to support the system in terms of building it up so you have the economies of scale that you need to run the flex routes. We have a year to make sure that works. So our initial focus is on efforts that are based on Putnam County, and then beyond that, statewide efforts. This task number 3, in terms of getting reoccurring funds, we're putting the need for an enforceable Chapter 427 in front of DOJ this next week. So,
Well, you truly don't have a year. Committee weeks start in October,
all right,
which is basically a month and a half away at this point.
all right.
So, you know, session is going to begin before we know it. So,
Yeah,
So just to be clear, your budget is around $2 million?
yeah, 2.3.
$2.3 million, of which you, if you don't get the we'll call it 3 because it's closer to 1.3 from the state, then you can't operate another year.
No,
I mean, you can
We can-
operate the year that you've got, but beyond that point, without getting an appropriation or some kind of reoccurring dollars of the tune of 1.3, then you have very limited ability.
right. In 2023, we were serving 2,043 people. We're down to 700 and something now. And those 700 have maybe access to a third of the transportation that they had in '23,
Okay.
so,
All right, sounds like that's a bigger discussion we're gonna have to have.
yeah,
Is there any other questions for the presenter? Well, thank you for giving us an update.
thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Brittany Spangler from Episcopal Children's Services for our first quarterly presentation. Good morning, Miss Brittany.
Good morning.
And Commissioners, we asked Miss Brittany to come forward and give us a little bit of an update. The county funds them just a small portion of $5,000, and so we just want to see where our money's going.
Absolutely. Good morning, and thank you for having me here. My name is Brittany Spangler. I am the Associate Vice President at Episcopal Children's Services. Just a reminder of who we are. We are a nonprofit that's dedicated to helping underserved children in Northeast and Central Florida to succeed at school and beyond. We provide essential support and guidance to families seeking high-quality care and education. And this is our 59th year that we've laid the foundation for lifelong learning and success, one child at a time. One thing that is new since the last time I was here is we have refreshed our brand with a new name and logo, ECS for Kids. So while our look has evolved, our commitment to the community remains as strong as ever. A few things that we just believe in at ECS for Kids is collaboration, integrity, respect, community, learning, and education. So I am here today. Last year I came in front of you and I asked for a contribution of $5,000 of your 24-25 budget to help us meet the matching funds requirement of our program. I was awarded in full, and I am committed to providing quarterly updates on the services that we provide to Putnam County. Due to receiving the funds in March of 2025, this marks the first quarterly update, serving as an overview of our full fiscal year, which is July 1st of 2024 through June 30th of 2025. As a reminder of how your contribution helps, while most of the money comes from the federal government, they do require us to have a 6% community match for direct services. From there, the Department of Education's Division of Early Learning, they will then match on a one-to-one dollar basis for any funds that we're able to raise. Your contribution of $5,000 brings in approximately $78,333 in federal funds, and then matched with the state with additional $5,000 brings in a return of investment of $83,333. So these funds are solely used directly for child care costs, which are for families who are income eligible working parents to help meet this requirement. Last year, this is just an overview for Putnam County, what we were able to raise and match contributions from United Way of St. Johns County, the Putnam County Board of County Commissioners, the City of Palatka. So we had a total return of investment in federal funds of $282,000, one-to-one match of state funds of $18,000, which brought in a total return on investment of $300,000. So to kind of give you, this is where the important stuff is, our numbers for this year. On average, we were able to serve 776 Putnam County children with school readiness services every month. And from that, 610 of those children on average were from low-income families. The match that we received overall by the county provided a year of child care services for approximately 55 children. And from your match donations alone was serving 15 children. The average cost of care that we had to pay out this last year for all ages combined for birth through age 13 of what we serve was $5,411.53. We have last year we had 30 child care programs that were contracted for school readiness, and 10 of those were family child care homes. We had 476 children that participated in our voluntary pre-kindergarten program, which is a free program for 4-year-olds. And we had 23 childcare programs that contracted to serve those children, which includes the Putnam County School District. And what I'd like to share with this last one is, in addition to serving children, we also have our childcare resource and referral services, which not only helps families with education on the different childcare programs and the opportunities out there, we also help with community resources, letting families know what is available for them. Because a lot of times if the need is there for childcare, the need is there also for other community resources. So in Putnam County alone this last year, we had 2,196 contacts with families on items such as consumer education, financial assistance, community resources, childcare listings, all of those in Putnam County. Again, we also support Putnam County small businesses. That's because many of the childcare programs in Putnam County are small businesses. They receive free training and technical assistance from us, coaching support from our education team. We assess them using the class assessment tool, which is a teacher-child interaction, which has proved to be the most important indicator of a child's success. Again, we provide free training and scholarships for professional credentials. And as I just mentioned a minute ago, we provide the child care resource and referral services for free for families, but this is also a free service for child care providers where they are able to advertise their programs with us. In this last year, we moved to the Jenkins Community Center, so we are excited about this move and look forward to seeing how we can also grow and help the community by being there. So while this is my first update for this last year, because timing is in the essence, I respectfully request that you also support us again this upcoming year in your 25-26 budget with another contribution of $5,000. Again, this will help meet the local match requirements as well as enable us to extend essential child care services to families in Putnam County. And I like to end on this slide. This is the updated one. I provided this last year, and this is the 2024 version. This is from Child Care Aware of America, and they do research studies on all of the different states. This is Florida's for this last year. That gives you a summary of child care affordability in Florida. If you look on the far left, the annual price of child care, it kind of gives you an idea of how much it costs. An infant of care in a year on average is about $11,201. A toddler is about $10,185 per year. Kind of switching into the middle. Health and Human Services, basically they kind of look at the overall household median income. And for what it is in Florida, they say that it should technically be less than 7% of your household income that should be going towards childcare. Unfortunately, for a two-parent home, it's currently about 12%, and for a single-parent home, it's about 32% of their income. To the far right, it gives you an example of what the average household expenses are right now, and the one that I always like to point out is to the far right is college tuition. That is the average college tuition for a 1-year, 4-year school. The far left column on that is if you have 2 children, an infant and a 4-year-old in childcare. That is the most expensive household cost that you have exceeding housing. And the reason why that we come here and ask for your support is because a lot of times, just as they just explained there, that because our services are reoccurring, it's very hard to get private donors to want to donate for this kind of thing. So that's why we come to the county boards and where available, the children's commissions.
Well, great presentation, Brittany. What you guys are doing in the community is very important. I know that we have a lot of working families, and what they struggle with truly is childcare and the fact that we have these services. Now, do you have them all over the county? Do we have them in South Putnam, West Putnam?
Yes.
We have that available all over the county?
And I did provide, with the presentation, I don't know if you got it, a copy of all of our current contracted childcare providers.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
So you do have that. That was requested last time. And I also provided, in addition to that, It's just one of our childcare programs to kind of show you an example of what a detailed childcare listing would look like. This is what we can give families when they're looking for childcare to kind of compare prices, the hours of operation. They also have their class score on there, which we talked about. All of that information so they can make the most informed decision for their families.
Very good. Are there any questions for the presenter? All right, thank you, Brittany. We appreciate you coming forward and giving this informative information. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right, next we have Mr. Clay Davis, property appraiser, for an employee recognition.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Morning.
I thank y'all for having us this morning as we recognize one of our employees, Victoria McCrae, for 10 years of service with our office. A little bit about Victoria's position. She's a Staff Assistant 1, which is the position that helps the customer. It's the first line of customer service that we have. As we have phone calls come in and people walk in the office, Victoria is one of the employees that handles those customers, and she does an excellent job. Not only is she an expert in exemptions, which is what she primarily does, but she also has to know a little bit about everything that the office does. So she does an excellent job with that, and she has been an asset not only to the citizens of Putnam County, but also our office. A little bit about Victoria personally. She's married to her husband, Herman, who's here with us today. And she's got 2 sons, JR and Antonio, and 6 grandchildren.
All right.
And she is very active in her church, Mount Tabor Baptist Church. So will you join with me as we thank Victoria and congratulate her on her decade of service with our office.
Congratulations. Mr. Davis, you're welcome to come up and get a picture if you want with her family and her coworkers.
Congratulations.
Absolutely.
Grandchildren are, I know. Wait till the break. Grandbabies with? Oh, they're still, darn it. Okay.
All right, on 3. 1, 2, 3. And again. And one more. All right.
Next, we have Ms. Lori Parker from Human Resources for Employee of the Month and Employee of the Quarter.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time for the Employee of the Month, and the Employee of the Month is Danita Cole. Danita is the project manager in engineering. She's an engineering project manager. I know you guys have worked with her a lot, and she's very knowledgeable at what she does, and her staff just love her.
Congratulations, Ms. Cole. I'll hand this to you. We appreciate everything you do in Public Works. Your hand touches a lot with plethora of knowledge that you bring to everything that I get you involved in, even if it's not at your desk. So I appreciate the backup that you give everybody and the support that you give to engineering. Thank you very much.
I just want to thank everyone. Wasn't expecting this, and the thoughtfulness of our employees, it's incredible. I'm just honored that they think so much of me, and I work with a great bunch of people. I mean, we have some talent in this county, and our engineering staff is top-notch. So I just want to thank everyone, and I love what I do. I love my job. I love serving the community and helping them. And I just want to remind everyone, we work for the county. We work for the citizens of this county. And it's our job to help them understand our codes. And that's real important. So when the next time you get a telephone call from an employee or from a citizen wanting help, they don't know our rules and regulations. Let's make it easier for them and help them understand. And it goes a long way. So I'm just very honored. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Danita. Yeah. All right, Ms. Parker, Employee of the Quarter.
Out of the three Employee of the Months, the Employee of the Quarter has been awarded to Briar Tilton.
Thank you, Commissioners. It was not too long ago we were here because Briar was Employee of the Month, and we're back because he's now voted Employee of the Quarter. So I just want to take another opportunity to brag on him and just appreciate everything he does. Briar's, he does budget. That's his normal daily job, but Briar does anything and everything. We recently launched a cat adoption program, and Friday afternoon he was like, I need a break from budget, and he sat in the floor of my office and he and Nicole constructed cat condos. And so it really doesn't matter what's happening. Briar's always the first one to go, hey, I'll help. And that's the type of thing that we obviously appreciate greatly. So with that, I will present you. Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate the recognition, and I enjoy working here and all my friends and everybody up above in front of me. So I appreciate it, and thank you.
Thank you. You want to do a picture?
Yes, come on.
All right. On three. 1, 2, 3. One more. All right.
Thank you for everyone for being patient with us while we go through those presentations. I know that sometimes it's hard for somebody in the public to understand why we do it, but when we've polled our staff, one of the things that means the most to them is just simply a little bit of recognition, and that's why we do that, because they are deserving. I'm going to have a point of order here and ask Lee Wilsley from Northeast Florida Regional Council to come up. She is going to give us a little bit of an update for the 24-25 year.
Good morning. Yes, Lee Wilsey with the Northeast Florida Regional Council. I'm here to give you some good news. So the Northeast Florida Regional Council is made up of our 7 counties around the region, and each of our counties pay dues per capita. So what you all pay annually last year was $29,922. So we've done our return on investment report, and you all have received a 39-to-1 return on investment. So some of the work that we do for you all, we provide technical assistance to several of your smaller towns and municipalities. We also provide training through our LAPC program for your hazmat and your fire department. We also have purchased equipment from them for them. We work in healthcare also. So this year we purchased some disaster stretchers for the hospital, and we provide training and exercises for your healthcare facilities all across the county. Then we also have a lot of regional projects that we do as well. So the way this report is broken down is the numbers are at the top. Some of the activities and all that we do for the county is that center section, and then the regional projects that we work on across all of our 7 counties that benefit all of our member counties is at the bottom. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, but we are very happy to provide these services to your counties. And we're also, I want to thank Commissioner Wilkinson and Harvey for sitting on our board. So they both are board members of the Regional Council. So happy to answer any questions if you might have them.
So this is the flyer that's in front of you. Are there any questions? Thank you for giving the update. We appreciate the partnership and what you guys do for us as a county and as a region. We all know that when we work together collectively, we can get more done.
Absolutely.
So thank you. All right, before we go into our Public Works public hearing, I'm gonna ask, a constituent, Ed Killebrew, to come forward, and he has a few words he wants to say, and then we'll move into our Public Works, hearing.
Good morning. How are
Morning.
y'all doing this morning?
Good.
I just want to come up here. I mean, most of the time somebody's standing here, they're hollering at you and fussing at you and telling you how bad you are. Was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, I had need of the fire and rescue department. My mother fell at home, and she's 84 years old. She's a native of Putnam County also. And nothing, I mean, she just fell. She just tripped over something, fell. She's a breast cancer survivor. We know she's been there at my mother's house before, that we couldn't get her up, in the normal sort of way. The breast cancer has left her where you try to grab her, it hurts her and everything like that. So I immediately called 911. They came out, and Tina brought about 10 people with her, because she was just, she knew she'd been there before, and she showed up herself. She said, I recognize the address, and I came. And I was like, okay, cool. Well, twofold with this thing. What was the name of the piece of equipment that y'all used to get her up?
The bender lift.
The bender lift. The last time that they came out, they had to help her up onto her walker, her wheeled walker, get her up, and get her out. This time they came out, and they used, I understand that y'all have, put the monies forth to have, I think, 2 of these in the county. Is that?
The bender lifts?
Yeah.
They're on a majority of
Okay, well, they're on the majority. I was just understanding there was 2. But anyhow, y'all have got these on the rescues and what have you like that. And they got her, did what they did, got her right up, okay? But then, so we got her to the hospital, everything checked out, and got her home. Well, then Tina made me aware of a project that y'all have been doing, and I think the commission, Madam Chairwoman is the one that had brought this up and got the funding for this, the community paramedic. And I just wanted to encourage y'all to continue whatever kind of funding you can have for that. I know that I talked to Commissioner Wilson, and she told me that it's funded for a while, but the fact is that if that ever happens, that the funding goes away, I would like for y'all to look at that. Not just because my mother, she's 84, she's elderly, but when we first started this, she wouldn't even talk to Tina. She said, "Nah, I'm good. So I talked to her, because my mother is, she's not a shut-in, but she has hip problems. She needs a hip replacement. She needs her knee replaced, and she's scared of losing her independence. And so with that being said, Tina came in and assured her that this wasn't going to happen. So we got her a appointment with the community paramedic.
Nikki,
thank you. Provo came out and sat down with us on a Wednesday afternoon and talked to her. She just took her time with my mother, went down the checklist that they've arranged. Do you need food? Do you need this? Do you need that? And Mama, of course, no, I don't. But we are arranging through another company to get her in-home medical, to get her what was the other thing? In-home medical, and they're going to come in. Anyhow, there's another thing, but Mama's got to get these things from her doctor and then prescribed, and then of course her Medicaid will take care of it, But I just wanted to say thank you. I wanted to say thank you to Tina, her group, the whole organization for that, because it helped my mother tremendously. It gave her one more thing that Nikki did. When she was sitting there talking to her, she said she's going to come out this week. She made an appointment with her. She's coming out, and she said, "You know what, Miss Annette, if you want me to bring my Bible out, I could bring my Bible out, have a little Bible study with you on my time that I'm supposed to be here. We'll check everything out, make sure you're all right." And my mother just melted. She just melted, and she started agreeing to everything, and she just loved Nikki. She hadn't met the other Nikki yet, or Cameron, but the fact is, they're going to have 3 different people coming in, and she understands that. She understands that her independence won't be taken away from her. And that's a good thing for an elderly person like that. Right. And so, again, I just congratulate y'all for doing that. congratulate the unit that does it, and thank you, and I would very much like for y'all to continue that.
Well, thank you for sharing your story with us. Sometimes when we implement projects or programs, we don't necessarily know how they're truly affecting people in the community. And this program's working. And JR's been following the numbers, and he's got some good numbers on our return on investment and that. But it's meant to be that in between. Like, how can they get the person to the resources they need? How can they keep them from going to the ER as often as they normally would? And anything from picking up something off of the ground that is a trip hazard, or providing them with services that they didn't know existed. And so we're glad that this program is working. We appreciate you coming forward and sharing your story.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Have a good day.
Thank you. All right, moving into Public Works. Public hearing to vacate a portion of Woodcrest Avenue.
Woodcrest is an undeveloped right-of-way. They own both sides of the property. We've just made a request to keep the last 60 feet in case of future development for wastewater for a lift station, and the applicant has agreed to it, so Public Works has no problem with the vacate.
All right. Is there anybody who wishes to speak in favor or against the vacation of the portion of Woodcrest Avenue? Come forward, state your name and address for the record. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name's Jennifer Peyton Olive, and I live on the other side.
Okay.
And my property kind of looks at where that pump station or road would be, so I'm in favor of vacating it.
Okay.
Would that vacate the whole project? The road would not go through at that point of vacation?
I think I want to make sure I understand your question. Say it again.
By vacating that piece, would that vacate the whole road going through at all?
Yeah, it would vacate except the last 60 feet that we want to keep
Right, for the pump station.
just in case we could do a lift station there.
Okay,
But other than that, it would just be private property.
okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak in favor or against? Please come forward. This is to vacate a portion of Woodcrest Avenue. Good morning, sir.
Morning. When you say the last 60 feet, is that by the road or on the back part of the
On the back part.
All right, so you're talking the front part will be vacated?
Correct.
Okay. I was just making sure, because the way it's drawn up on this little map, I wasn't positive on the front or the
Yeah,
back.
it's on the west side that'll stay right away.
By the road. So that'll be the one me and Andrew split up? All right.
Okay, so you're good?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate it.
Does the map reflect that?
Yeah, it shows the 60 feet that we want to keep.
Chair, we gotta, yeah, sir, I need you to give your name and address for the public record. I'm sorry. Since it is a hearing.
You see it on the
I see it, but it looks like it's the back piece that's being vacated and not the front piece.
My name's Leon Jones. I live at 202 River Trail,
There's
South
Woodcrest.
Okay.
Florida.
Make sure he sees this. Make sure the constituent
Jones.
sees it.
Live at 202 River Trail, Satsuma, Florida.
So this
See,
part,
that's the road right here.
right, we want this piece right here.
All right, that's the front of it, and not the, that's the back part.
That will be vacated. I'm sorry, I said it backwards. This is what we want for a lift station.
All right.
If we extend.
That's what I was, okay.
Yeah.
So that's the part, the back
That's
of
the
the back
part that'll be vacated.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, is there anybody else who wishes to speak for or against this item? All right, any other comment? Yes, ma'am, you wanted to see the map as well? Okay, here you go. Okay, all right. Anybody else? All right, thank you. Coming back to the board.
I'd move to accept the vacation of Resolution 2025-055, the vacation of a portion of Woodcrest Avenue as described in the literature.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion from the board? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimously. Second, we have public hearing to vacate undeveloped rights-of-way in Huntington Groves and Huntington Unit B subdivision, Resolution 2025-056. This came before us before, and I think you've worked on a solution.
Yes, the applicant and the person that was here previously that contested it have come up with a solution so that they can still access their property. I want to say it was Chapman that was going to stay open,
Okay.
and everything else would be vacated. So the desire of the board was actually met with the two parties.
Okay. So on page 80 of your packet, it shows what's not to be vacated. All right, Commissioner Harvey, you have some questions?
No, Madam Chair, I just want to make a statement if you don't mind. I appreciate you and the Public Works Department getting with the residents and coming to a solution.
There's a revision to this.
You know, during our
We don't
first
have a
meeting, we find out that somebody might be against it or something that we didn't know. And a lot of times we're accused of having our minds made up before we ever come to a meeting. That's not the case. That is far from the case. And I think this case shows the fact that somebody objected. They had a rightful objection. You worked it out with them, and all parties are happy and moves on. I think that's the best solution that government can be. And that's why we have these public hearings. That's why we have time for the public to come. It might not be 10 minutes because we'd be here forever. But, you know, get your point across. Let's work it out. Let's move forward and find common ground. And that's what you did. I want to thank you and your department for doing that.
Thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Alexander recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before you head back to your seat, Mr. Stout, about a month or so ago, I was contacted by the residents of Federal Point regarding I guess it's a dead-end road, but we own the end of it. And at one time, the residents had enjoyed going down there and walking their animals, sipping some coffee, watching the sunset. And through the years, there had been some illegal dumping from construction in the area, and it had become congested to the point where the residents couldn't use it anymore. So they contacted me, and Mr. Stout and I worked together and came up with a plan to give that access to the river and to those sunsets, to the mornings, back to the residents of Federal Point. And I just wanted to share an email that I had gotten from Rick Garrett in that area. It's actually where, if you guys are familiar with Federal Point, where the wharf was, where they brought in the lumber to build the church. A lot of commerce was, centered on that area. There was an old hotel down there, but this was kind of the focal point, and it had, just kind of gone awry. But this email from Rick Garrett states, Mr. Stout and staff, thank you so much for your work to restore the historical site. The view is breathtaking. The public in our community now have a beautiful place to enjoy. It is also a tribute to Putnam County's rich agricultural and maritime history. Thanks to your department for making this a reality. So I just wanted to say thanks, guys, and let Justin and those guys know that the community appreciates what they're doing.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, back to Chapman Boulevard. Thank you for those comments. Back to Chapman Boulevard. Is this map correct that's in here?
Yes. Yep.
Go ahead.
The printed map that was in the book was revised, so if what's in your book currently states at the very top, the title states corrected map, then you have the correct version that you're looking at in paper. Not revised area, but it should say corrected map dash.
Marie
We
sent,
don't have that, but I do believe staff has it correct.
The one that is available online.
yeah, correct. There was a snafu. Marie corrected it and sent it to Laura after the.
Corrected one.
Okay, so for record, the one that's online and is correct.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right.
And it shows Chapman is staying open.
And Chapman stays open to, okay,
And that's coming off of Palmer Sawmill.
okay, all right,
Correct.
all right,
That will not be vacated.
all right. Is there anyone who wants to speak for or against this item? Please come forward. Is there anybody who speaks for or against this item? All right, with that, we'll go back to the board.
Yeah, I'd move to accept this resolution as well, 2025-056. The vacation of the, I guess, old right-of-ways as reflected in the revised edition of the submission.
All right, we have a motion on the floor.
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We're going to take a 3-minute recess. All right, going into public comment on agenda items. This portion of the agenda is designed to allow citizens an opportunity to bring matters to the attention of the board. It is not reasonable to expect that the board will engage in debate or deliberation about matters on which the board has received no prior information as part of the agenda. Please limit your time to 3 minutes. Public comment cards are conveniently placed at the meeting room entrance and should be submitted prior to the meeting to the deputy clerk who sits to the right of the podium. So, we have going into consent agenda items. Thank you. All right. This is for consent agenda items. Mr. Steele, do you have something on the consent agenda you wish to speak about? Or just in general? Okay, that's what I thought. All right. Or new business. Okay,
My name is Dan Steele, live at 202 May Lane, near Lockhart, Florida. And Ms. Jared, can I have 3 minutes without anybody saying anything from up there? Because I got some stuff to say.
sure, I think we can handle that.
Okay.
You want to start
First of
for 3
all,
minutes?
the last time I was here about a month ago, someone thought that I had moved down here to Interlochen from Jacksonville. I have never lived in Jacksonville, never will live in Jacksonville. I've lived in this county for 39 years. Another thing someone up there said that when I was talking about the grading of the roads, someone made a comment that somebody could watch a video for 30 minutes, think they could operate a grader. Well, I worked at Seminole for 30 years. We had a 12G grader down to St. Pete. I run a 670 John Deere. I run a lead boy articulated grader to final grade a parking lot for a school. Okay, so I've read some grading. Our grader operator we've got now, you can put down clay within about 4 or 5 times of him grading the roads, grading it off to the edge of the roads. The clay's about half gone. There's more clay on the edge of the road in some places than there is on the road. Okay, the other thing is, out there, I've complained about it, and I don't know who to complain about anymore, is we've got so many people out there living in tents and houses out there. There's one road you can go down there. If you take McGill, you go down to Mariners Lake Road, go to the third road that turns left. There's a whole strip in there. They don't have no power there. You can't see any meters, any of the meter poles. It's getting to be a slum area out there in West Putnam. And quite a few of us out there are getting a little bit tired of seeing it. And the other thing is, it was brought up that I am the only one that comes down and complains about the roads. Yeah, I haven't seen anybody here lately, but I do give a darn about what happens out there, and I'm going to continue to complain about the roads. Now, the reason they don't come down, nothing gets done. I mean, we can bring it up like, okay, for instance, I brought about the baseball field out there about 1.5 years ago. Someone said there was somebody looking at it and going to do something about it. Well, now you can go out there at 10 o'clock at night, you'll see 4-wheeler trucks, vehicles out there. It's nothing but sex and drugs. Yeah, and I've been by there. I've pulled in there. There's no cable. They can get back in there around those buildings anything they want. If it was cabled off, it would be nice. But probably the 4-wheelers still get in there. The other thing is the 4-wheelers. About 2 months ago, there was a 4-wheeler going south on 315 right in front of the sheriff's office on a 4-wheeler. Stopped at red light, continued going south. And then by about a week or so after that, I seen him coming from the south going north. We've got 4-wheelers running the roads out there all over. My time up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got one more thing, but I'll wait till the next meeting for that.
All right. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other public comment cards? All right. Is there anybody who wishes to speak on agenda items? All right, coming back to the board, is there any commissioners who want to pull any items, starting with Commissioner Alexander? Nothing to pull for you. Commissioner Pelletier?
Nothing to pull.
Commissioner Newbold?
I'd like to pull item C for discussion.
Commissioner Harvey?
I have none.
Okay, I have none. So,
Madam Chair, I'd like to move approval of items A, B, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, and L.
all right, we have a motion on the floor.
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Commissioner Newbold, item C.
Well, I do want to say I am in favor of the project. I'm in favor of funding the design services, all of that jazz. Just want to make the balance of the commission aware that we do have two other boat ramp programs kind of in the queue, and just want to hope that we get those kind of as they've come along. We have a obligation to the state on the Georgetown Park. I think the north side of this bridge is a little farther along in the process, but just want to put my 2 cents in that I'd like to see those kind of go in a progression. I think this is a great project. I am in favor of it. I think, getting it funded now and having it ready for possible matches and just having it in the queue, ready to go, kind of shovel ready is important, but I'd like to see them kind of run in their natural progression. And that's all I have.
I guess I'm a little confused when you say run in its natural progression, because this is almost a $300,000 expense for basically for professional services, professional engineering. So you're saying you're in favor of spending $300,000 for the engineering and then another probably $2.7 million, I guess, for the project?
Well, I think that final cost will remain to be seen, but we can't get to that next step without having this one done. And, it may be that this project has to sit, for a time period until it's fully funded, but I am in support of it. I want to see it happen over the course of time. We can spend that money now. We can spend it later. I think it's going to have to happen sooner or later. Just my commentary.
All right. Commissioner Harvey, you recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just really want to say I appreciate everybody who's worked on this. This came to me 8 years ago, 9 years ago, when Tim Hotelin and I walked that property, and we contacted DOT and they weren't interested at that point. But times change and people change and interest changes, and thank God we got at least their interest. We got a lease for a long time. I do want to be mindful though, because I am in support of the project. But when I got here, we had 3 projects that we had promised the state of Florida that we were going to do. And it got to the point where I kept going to Tallahassee and finally was told, don't come back up here unless you finish the projects that you currently have. One was 9 Mile Swamp, there outside of Hollister, between Francis and Hollister. One was Tanglewild. We still have that on West River Road. And one was Georgetown. We got rid of 9 Mile because we just could not do what our plan was going to do, and Water Management took that over for us, and that was good. Tanglewild we still have, but we haven't finished that project up, and that's been ever since I've got here. Georgetown, we still have got to finish that project up, and that one is no fault of anybody. That we have contracted with University of Florida. We did some preliminary site work. But gentlemen, and ladies, I really want to say we got to bring some planes in for a landing when we talk about these projects. And if they are, this is an 18-month study. The study's good for probably 2 years at that point. But we still now got the east side of Dunn's Creek. We have citizens, and we met with them, our administration and myself met with a local realtor about this gentleman who wants to sell the county 10 acres of property out there on the backside of George's Lake in Florahome for over $500,000. I mean, we got a lot going on, and I just want to say, we got to be mindful that all these projects, the ones that we promised and the ones that we want to take on, the ones that we took on, are still out there. And we've got to be careful about that number getting so big. I'm just going to say, let's finish up the projects we have. I'm all for doing some type of conceptual price, getting this going down the road. But $300,000 is going to lead into $3 million. And if we're not very careful, we're going to spend $300,000 now for an outdated product by the time we can get to fruition on this. I think it's a great idea, but I don't know what the answer here is. I just want y'all to be mindful of the fact that we have promises made that were not delivered yet, and we need to do that with at least 2 of those projects, and that's Tanglewild and Georgetown. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You mentioned Tanglewild. I thought it's not complete.
It's not. No, ma'am, it's not complete. It's not up to. There's a piece of property on the north side of West River Road that we put into our plan that we were going to do something and just never have. And we've tried to, Julianne, correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think we've tried to work some of that plan over, and it just didn't, tried to modify it a little bit. Is that correct?
So it's been quite a while since we've looked at Tanglewild. We have not approached the state related to Tanglewild and making any amendments. I do know we have not complied with the Florida Land Trust's metrics that were established. That one's kind of been tabled, and so truly I haven't looked at it in quite a long time. The only thing we did at Tanglewild in 19-ish was install an ADA accessible soft kayak launch. From there, we truly haven't done anything. The one that a year or so later, we did work with the state on how we can come to compliance was Georgetown, and we are actively working towards compliance there as far as identifying the metrics that are needed, but we do not have, obviously that Georgetown plan is not completely funded for all of those metrics. The board did approve design and engineering and permitting for the boat ramp and parking, but there are 14 metrics for Georgetown. We've met a couple of them. We have the remaining that have to be met in order to be compliant with the Florida Land Trust. And we do report quarterly to them, and then annually we go through a review. They've been very, very patient with us. However, obviously, we've told them we're working towards compliance.
All right. Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. So we have multiple metrics that are left to satisfy at Georgetown before the completion of that project or before we can move forward.
Yes, sir. Now as well, when we say move forward, the Florida Communities Land Trust will not engage with us in some additional land deals or other funding metrics specific to those programs until we meet compliance for Georgetown and Tanglewild. The board opted to surplus 9 Mile. It was actually given back to the land trust and then given to the water management via that deal. That's been a number of years ago as well.
Well, I would hate to see us lose Georgetown. So what is the time frame for completing Georgetown?
So the state's been very gracious on timeframes. We got both Georgetown and Tanglewild before America did what it did, right? Before COVID, before costs did what they are doing. So they have not put a finite timeline on us. What they have done is asked for continuous progress, and we've given them those progress updates, as I mentioned. And obviously, we have a lot of activity to report on Georgetown. We still are trying to massage how we approach Tanglewild.
Okay, Tanglewild, for for its design purpose, seems somewhat usable other than the ADA accessible kayak, correct?
So it's not a usability factor for the state. I agree with you, right? Tanglewood's beautiful. They go through, when they do these land trust deals, and this was before my arrival here, so I'm telling you what I understand happens.
Yeah.
They go through and they assign a value based on the metrics that are gonna be included within that ultimate recreation space. So again, I'm much more familiar with Georgetown off the top of my head. We can go through the details of both of them, but let me give you some, for instance, for Georgetown, right?
Sure.
There are 14 metrics, and of those metrics, they each have an assigned value with the state, and that's how we earned the right to do the land deal with them. So some of them are things like the education pavilion, which Commissioner Newbold agreed to fund out of his discretionary dollars. So that's gonna be a metric we can check off. However, corresponding to that is the agreement that we're gonna provide 12 educational expositions or seminars throughout the course of a year. So we've partnered with UFIFIS, and they're in agreement to help us with that through master gardeners or beekeeping or any of those things, which will count towards those programs. But until we actually do them, that value or that metric from the state is not considered complied with. Now, we did put a playground out there and a picnic pavilion, which was one of the requirements. However, they also want a native play area. Examples, and I had to ask because I wasn't sure what that was. So they talked about different things that you could do to make it native. They talked about creating, and this is gonna be taboo, right, because it's invasive, but creating a controlled area of bamboo in a circle where kids could run in the circle and kids could run out. They talked about composite logs that look like stumps that you could put at different heights that they could jump from one log to the other. So truly think, for them, they're wanting a native. Other metrics are you have to have an observation outlook platform, a walking trail that is at least a quarter-mile long. So there are a number of metrics that we still have to make. Educational signs that talk about the native and invasive plant and wildlife species that might be there if you were visiting. We limited our impact to the wetland. They were very happy about that through the partnership we did a few years ago with UFIFIS and then the University of Florida. And so, again, there's just a number of metrics in these projects. They're very large projects that take quite a bit of
Yeah, it seems
involvement.
like it seems like they've implemented quite a few hoops that we need to jump through on that. But it sounds like some of that can be accomplished through some of the resources that Public Works has on staff or has on hand. They have a sign making shop. Little things we could chip at as far as our progression on that. But I agree with with both of my other commissioners that we need to complete something. And if we're not going to complete it, let's let it go. But Georgetown is absolutely there. And where are we at on the Duns Creek Northside Park?
So the Northside Park, we got back this week the conceptual plans. I know that they're still working with water management to get through. Yes, water management they are working with for both Duns Creek and Georgetown. So we've got two concurrent applications running there.
I'm sure that's a lot of fun.
Yes, it's a lot. But we do have the conceptual plan approved by the board, and we are working towards getting those bid-ready documents. Again, we did get an update this week for all of our reviews. It's under review by staff and with the firm. And so at that point, once we kind of get some final checks, they'll begin preparing what we need for final bid-ready documents. And those documents are what is needed to actually put that boat ramp out on the street for construction costs. Now, in that park, we did, do a number of things that could be done in phases so that we could phase it as we had funding available, i.e. there is a designated restroom facility. However, if on day one we aren't able to build that or construct it, then that's something that can be added later. We'll leave the pavilion for it and utilize other resources until that time. So that's where we are.
Gotcha. At the end of the day, we have to answer to our constituents, and I get questions all the time. I thought this was approved. Why isn't this done? What's going on with that? So, the purpose of our conversation is just kind of to let the people in cyber world know where we're at and that we are making progress. But so, summing up what you said, we're basically in limbo, waiting on the design firm to return the documents to us, and also waiting on final approval from Water Management District?
Yeah, so, and let me try to be really transparent with that. It's not just design. Unfortunately, these boat ramps require Army Corps, DEP, and water management, and all of those permitting. We had to do environmental studies to find where the tortoises are. We had to do all of the normal, and so those environmental studies, you know, it's not just as easy as when we go do construction for buildings, right? We can get engineering and design and turn it around. Unfortunately, this deals with wetlands and all the native species that have to be protected when we deal with wetlands and uplands. And so that process is laborious for all of our consultants.
No, I get it. And, you know, trying to get these individual organizations to answer the phone and return your emails and call you back, I've been exposed to that in my short tenure, and I have an understanding. So I guess the big question is, what can we do to speed the process up? Do we need to call them? Do we need to reach out to them? Where are we at? Because we have, I mean, some of this stuff's been on there, like you said, before you even started.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yep.
we're having a hard time hearing you this
Yeah,
end.
you gotta get near that microphone. I'm sorry.
How's that? That better?
Go ahead.
But anyhow, what I'm asking is, you know, some of these projects have been on there since before your tenure here, and probably even before Mr. Suggs' tenure. Our goal coming in here, or my goal coming in here, is to get this stuff finished and move along. So, do we need to meet and establish a plan of what we're gonna do, or which ones we need to attack first? Which one, I mean, for lack of a better term, the low-hanging fruit, just to get something done to show our constituents that we are moving, we are active, and we're trying to make it a better place, so.
Commissioner, I'm going to tell you, so big picture conversation.
Mm-hmm.
What we deal with in Putnam County is what everybody else in Putnam County deals with. When we talk about finding a contractor to build a $2 million something, I'm fighting against counties that are building a $20 million same something. And so the conversation, I guess, that we've had is, you're right, these projects have been on the board since before my tenure, but unfortunately, due to our fiscal constraints, there's never been adequate funding for them. So when there's not adequate funding for them, we can sit on them for as long as you want to sit on them. But until we adequately are able to fund them via the normal process, then we will find ourselves pulling it along one phase or one step at a time. On day one, if we set out and went, hey, here's $5 million, go to Georgetown, we probably would be in a very different spot. But on day one, we did a $10,000 conceptual plan. And then when the conceptual plan came back and we weren't sure where it was going to go, because it could be $2 to $3 million, we said, pump the brakes, let's work with UF for some part-time master engineer study people. And they came in and did some consulting work for us for 9 months. And then they came back and said, hey, we might have a better approach. And then we shopped that. And so then we got down to, we found a design firm that would take these pieces of the puzzle we've already done, and they would do the design, engineering, and permitting for $150,000. So we said, okay, we'll put $150,000 at it, but we still haven't funded all the rest of the metrics. So I guess, that's not to anyone's fault, right? I'm just telling you that it seems we get stuck in this time frame of we want to do, but we don't have the funding adequate to do. And so staff's charged with do as much as you can with this tiny piece of the funding, and then we'll talk about it again.
So based on that conversation, it sounds like it's twofold. We're having issues with partial funding, which that's going to lead me down the path of regarding this the project here on the south side of Dunn's Creek. So a percentage of this funding can be achieved through a BIP grant. And as we've all seen through our appropriations and what I've learned, you know, if you've got skin in the game, you have a much better chance of achieving one of these grants. So if we move forward with this, we will have skin in the game, and we stand a greater chance, after my conversations with FWC, of scoring well and receiving this grant through next year's round of funding. Caveat to that is we must move quickly because a portion of our agreement with FDOT was that they asked that we do our best to have this project completed in the 2027 neighborhood before they had another project starting on their side. So
Is that construction?
I didn't know, he didn't elaborate to where they were at, but they asked that we
I
move
just
as
wasn't
quickly as we could. So time is of the essence on this one. But as far as the funding, if listening to the comments from the other commissioners and myself, it sounds like you guys may have been shoestrung by not having the money there, or not having the passion for those projects, so the money wasn't allocated to those.
I think everybody's been passionate. This
Yeah,
board
but
and the
it
past
sounds like
board,
to me that
but it just
you
isn't
have
there.
a supportive audience here.
Sure.
If it is a funding issue, please bring it to us and let us know what we need to get the projects done, because we have money to do projects, especially that are going to be beneficial for our community, our youth, and our growth, because at the end of the day, the river is our greatest resource, and access to that river, you know, that is a primary goal for this commission, for growth, for recreation, et cetera. So if we need money, let us know. Sorry.
Okay, we need some money. I need a bunch of money. We have zero budgeted for Tanglewild right now.
Commissioner Palacier, you're recognized.
First, Commissioner Newbold, I want you to, it's your job to be sure he is looking at that microphone or put it in front of him, because that first half of that conversation, I got absolutely none of it. So pardon me if I'm redundant with some of my questions, because I heard rum, 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 rum. That's all I got.
So do I get a lapel microphone, or do you get a hearing aid?
Some of both. I think Commissioner Harvey is right. We've got to finish some projects. You can't just keep, you know, we'll get to that one. We'll get to that. That doesn't work. We got to come up with some sort of a plan, and funding is probably the biggest pink elephant in the room. I have no idea the number you're talking about, but maybe I would challenge my fellow commissioners that we all use some of our discretionary funds every year to a certain portion, go to some of these projects to kind of hopefully push them to fruition. I certainly would support that. But we certainly do need to finish it, but the Commissioner Alexander is very much on spot that the river is our biggest resource, and we need to exploit that to the 10th power. Using those boat ramps and attracting people to our waterways, I think is huge, and certainly a resource that a lot of other counties don't have. And I would like to see that support toward that direction. Like I said, Mr. Harvey is spot on with finishing something, you know, don't just start it and walk away from it. But I don't want to see some other things fall by the wayside. But I think maybe using a certain portion of our discretionary funds as a group effort that we, you know, feel comfortable with giving that much each year to each one of these projects. I don't know if we want to just concentrate on one and put that one behind us, or a little bit on each one. I leave that to staff's discretion as where it best fits. But I think that's something we should look into for sure. Thank you.
Commissioner Harvey, you recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and this is a great conversation, guys. Again, we have to do this out in public, and it's great to have this. Julianne, I have a question for you. When it comes to, you'd mentioned conceptual design, would that be something that we could engage in now and start a conceptual design and work with our legislators on this is what we're trying to do?
For which one?
For West Side Boat Ramp. So is that something we could, that we do?
You have the authority as the board to direct what we do, what's step one, what does it look like, how far do we go? So absolutely.
Well, the reason I say that, because I think Commissioner Alexander, what I heard him say was prioritize what we've got out there. Is that what I heard you say?
Prioritize what we have,
Okay.
get it done, but also we can't miss opportunities as
Right.
well.
So-
Because again, like you said, Mr. Harvey said, our greatest resource and our greatest asset is our river, and we have an opportunity to we have a great opportunity to utilize that river there. FDOT has granted us a lease. The majority of the paving is done. We do have a conceptual design that our employee of the month, Danita Cole, drew up for us a couple months ago. I'll be happy to share it with you. But so we have made some progress, and you, with your legislative ties, may be very helpful in securing additional funding for that. But I know that there are BIP funds available, boating improvement through FWC, which I've been in communication with them. So that is why I'm so adamant about getting this one approved, because we stand a really great chance if we do have some skin in the game for next year's round of grants.
Well, we had skin in the game on the other ones too. The problem is we just haven't fulfilled all those promises that were made. And I think now what I'm hearing and what I'd like to see is we need to have a meeting on these projects that we have out there. And not only just have a meeting, but we need to have this amount of money puts this thing to bed, and this amount of money puts that to bed. And then I'm not in disagreement with Commissioner Palacier. We don't get 200,000, we get 150. I don't care what the number is. And we start dedicating money to finish those projects. Because again, I remember the conversation of the Department of Commerce, don't come back here until you start getting these projects done. Now, they haven't told us that now, but it's kind of like you would do your own kids. If you ain't finished cleaning out the garage, don't come for me for more money because I already gave you this to do that. Same thing. And I'm not...
And you've got 3 new commissioners here that are dedicated to finishing this up. I mean, this has
have a
been long
meeting?
before we got here,
Why don't
and
we
we
have
want
a
to finish
meeting
it.
about that and prioritize where we're going to go and start moving all of these projects. We got rid of 9 Mile, and thank God. I mean, that would have been a nice one, don't get me wrong, but it was way too much that we could do. So now all we got is Tanglewild, Georgetown. We got the east side that we're working on. Now we got the west. And if you throw all the other parks and recs that are in there, you know, and we are, the gentleman that spoke a minute ago, we are working very diligently to secure our parks. We can't close them. We can't, they're public property. So, but we are looking, and you and I and Mr. Suggs and JR and staff is going to take a ride out next week and next year, I'm sorry. And, you know, but we need to bring all that information back to all 5 of us and say, okay, which one, what elephant do you want to eat today? And how much money do you want to put at it? That's the key. So, you know, so I appreciate that, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I agree with most of what's been said today. It sounds like what we need to do on the 2 outstanding boat ramps of Georgetown, the east side of Dunn's Creek, and I didn't know Tanglewild was still an issue. That's new to me. So I would like staff to come back and say, these are the outstanding items and these are the estimated cost. Because I can't get behind, as much as I like Commissioner Alexander's project on the west side of Dunn's Creek, it's hard for me to get behind a $3 million project, which is going to, and because I don't know how much of this is going to be funded by an outside source or not. I don't know that this is all state funded. I don't know that 50% of it's going to be. If we apply for the BIP funds and we get it, I don't know what that portion is. And so it's hard for me to say, yeah, let's move forward with the third or fourth boat ramp when we've got these unfinished ones out there. So I'd like staff to come back. I'd like to see us table this item. That's my opinion. And then we get that information at the next meeting. It says we've got these projects that are outstanding on boat ramps, and this is what staff thinks it's going to cost. Whatever the best of the ability that you have as to estimated costs and outstanding items. Because it's, again, as a board, I don't know how we make a decision unless we know, we got $5 million out that we need to come up with. We got 10 million, we got 500,000. I don't even know what the range is. And so, and it's not any fault of y'all's. I understand your comments and what you're working with and what you had to work with. We're all on the same page. I believe that we want to see improvements to our boat ramp and to allow citizens to have more access to the river. I don't think any of us disagree on that. I do want to remind everybody that as I was sitting here and we talk about the boat ramps on the east side of the river, We have Pico in East Palatka, we have Willaca, we have Crescent City, we're working on Georgetown, we're working on the east side of Dunn's Creek. So that right there is 5 boat ramps on the east side of, and which one?
You just approved an update to Elgin Road.
Elgin Groves? Yeah, so 6. So we have 6 boat ramps on the east side of the river, east side of the bridge, before we even talk about putting in this one on the west side of Dunn's Creek. So that's where I'm at, is I'm just struggling with moving forward on this one, Commissioner Alexander, just simply because I feel like we have to get what we've got under control. Those are my comments. You're recognized, sir.
No, I understand. I agree 100% as far as finishing the other ones up. That is the ultimate goal. If we table this, again, I feel like we're just kicking this one down the road, kicking the can down the road again. Some things you have to strike while the iron is hot, and we have an opportunity. But if we miss this window, I think that we miss a great opportunity. You can't go out and buy another piece of property on the river that we've basically been donated by the FDOT, and all we're responsible for is funding the ramp on it. The majority of the paving is done. It ties in directly with our Rails to Trails area out there. Additionally, the proximity to Dunn's Creek State Park. The boat ramp that we have proposed and has been approved on the north side of Dunn's Creek will not accommodate a vessel larger than 20 feet. I can't name too many people that I know that have a vessel that's smaller than 20 feet. You know, they're primarily, everything that's going now is over 20 feet. And it's going to be difficult. You will have egress problems with that ramp. Neither here nor there. The focus of that ramp is the park and the community involvement. We will have playgrounds there. We will have stuff for the kids. So there's additional benefits with that one. But again, I would love to see a finite number regarding each one of these projects. And it's not about just the boat ramps. We've got other projects throughout the community or county that we need to finish up. I mean, it's no different than in life. If you get too many projects going, again, you're not going to focus on getting anything done. You get a little chip here, a little chip there. I know that kind of undermines what I'm saying, but we do have to get this one started if we ever want to get it done. But we have a tremendous amount of growth expected in the East Palatka corridor. Every one of these boat ramps is jam-packed on a holiday weekend or any decent weather weekend, and that's with our current residents. So if we see the additional 600, 800 home developments that are proposed for East Palatka on multiple levels, we will have a problem. So there's no reason to wait for that when you have an opportunity to get ahead of the 8 ball. We always talk about government, not being reactive to the future. We have an opportunity here to prepare for that future. So we can be that commission, or we can be the commission to be reactive down the road to additional complaints and griping, or we can stem that now. So I would love, I don't know how we task staff with giving us a total list of current projects and where we're at and proposed dollars to finish them, but I would love to see that. And I would love to have a meeting to prioritize that with my brethren and sisters in this commission, so we can say yes, and we can give a time frame. Say this is 2025. We want this one done. 2028, and yes, I'm gonna dedicate this many of my dollars to finish this project, based on how valuable I feel it is to the community. Because those are our dollars. Those are our discretionary funds, up to us to where they're going to benefit the community. But we need to know what the projects are, what it's going to take to finish, and we need a timeline on what it's going to take to get them done. So how do we do that? Do we make a motion?
Well, I was very specific in requesting that we ask for these 3 because the subject is about boat ramps. It's not about all the projects. What I'm asking for is for the 3 boat ramps that are in question, that we get more detailed on those. And as far as what's outstanding items, time frame costs, that kind of thing, I don't think that's unreasonable. And I don't think a 2-week, we meet every two times a month. I don't think 2 weeks is going to make that big of a difference. But it's hard for me today to get behind spending $300,000 of our taxpayers' money for a project that we believe is going to be 3 million, and we don't know if we're getting funded until we know where we're at with the other projects. And so that's that's just me personally. Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I said it in my presentation, usually these projects are 18 months out, and that's what I heard from our engineering staff. So I agree, 2 weeks if we can wait, if staff can put that together. Again, I walked the property 9 years ago, and it's taken another commissioner to kind of get that ball up and running with it again.
And I was able to get it done in 6
so
months because I
think
want to
we've
get it
got-
done.
We've got time to look at this and put our priorities in and move it. And we're not going to kick the can down the ball. You got 5 commissioners saying, yeah, we like the idea. Let's just prioritize where we're going to go from here. Let's know the numbers. So I think if we can bring it, I don't know if staff can get it to us by the next meeting.
I'm
but,
not saying we don't prioritize it,
you know,
Larry. I'm just saying
Julianne,
that we
what do you
approve
think?
it.
Yes, sir. On the 3 different locations, Tangle Wild, Georgetown, and Dunns Creek, I'm happy to put together as much information that's available. I will reach out to the designer and ask how closely they can estimate those to answer your question. To some degree, those costs and whether or not I'm able to furnish that within 2 weeks, which is really just a week because we send agendas out Monday, is going to be somewhat dependent upon
Responsiveness.
how well they're able to estimate based on where we are in the design. And that puts them at some liability too, because if they promise me $1 million and then when it's done, it's $2 million, y'all's response is going to be, well, they were a horrible estimator. And so, you know, there's going to have to be some grace with these projection numbers too.
Okay. Commissioner Palatka, you're recognized.
I'm going to be redundant here, I guess, because you kind of all said what I had on my mind. Let's have staff come back to us with all these projects, some projected numbers, and I'm not pinning it down to 2 weeks because I don't think that's realistic. But as fast as it can be done, and come back with us some numbers so that we got some hard stuff to look at, and then decide where do we want to focus our efforts and our funds to go do, maybe accomplish one of those projects sooner than others. But just what's on the table, because this, honestly, I remember Tangle Wild from years gone by, but I really had forgotten it, to be honest with you. Didn't know anything about Georgetown, so, and I apologize, JR. If you can just bring us some up-to-date info on all that, that would be great, and then we can, I think, move forward and get something accomplished. Thank you.
I'll be happy to bring what I can.
All right, I need a motion. You pulled the item. Commissioner Newbold, what's your motion?
I'm going to fall in here with you guys and ask for this to be tabled to the upcoming meeting. With as much information as we can get from staff on these projects in order to prioritize them. I understand Commissioner Alexander's desire not to kick this can down the road, so I hope we will come to with this added information, give us the courage to make some commitments on prioritization and funding. So,
All right. The motion is to table item C on the agenda, Dunns Creek West Side Boat Ramp Design Service and Budget Resolution for $294,780. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. So we have a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
4-1. All right, moving forward. Code Enforcement Fine Reduction case.
Madam Chair, is the client in the audience today? Since
Is there anybody here for Fine Reduction Code Case 2008-00215? No, sir.
Madam Chair, seeing no one in the audience on case number 2008-0025215, I recommend that we approve staff recommendation and reduce the fine to the actual hard cost of $1,521 if paid within 90 days.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign. All right, motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Into new business, Public Works request to advertise for a public hearing to vacate Second Avenue. Resolution 2025-065.
At this time, we're just requesting a board hearing, a public hearing at the next board meeting for this subject.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Stout? All right, need a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we do, is this a public hearing?
Yeah,
Request for a
that's
public hearing.
It's a
Okay.
request for public hearing.
But I recommend that we take staff recommendation and move this public hearing to September 9th at 9:05 or shortly thereafter.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Tourism. The TDC marketing plan and budget. Ms. Kimberly Morgan, welcome and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. We're going to get our presentation up here quickly. Hopefully. Let me plug it in. What we're going to talk about today is what the Tourist Development Council has presented and unanimously approved to you. And so we are going to talk a little bit about a legislative update. And I love technology. There we go. So with that, thank you for your patience. We are going to give you just a quick update on the state legislature. They did make some changes and expanded the permissible uses of the tourist development tax. The good news from my perspective is that those changes did not impact Putnam County. So we get to continue as we always have with using the Tourist Development Council and the tourist development funds as we've always done. And right now that's primarily for marketing and promotion. We do have some data. We were able to talk to some colleagues and the primary visitor market that we are attracting now is from Atlanta. And so that's great news. We're going to dive into some data as if you all approve this marketing plan and proposal, that we can actually look at what they're spending, how long they're staying, and different things like that. We do have a trip share by month. We want to dive into this data a little bit more. We want to understand why people are coming, when they're coming. Right now, it looks good for us right now. So from a share of when they're coming throughout the year. The other data that we do have is length of stay. We want to convert some of those day trippers to overnight visitations and then impact some of those one-night stays to two-night stays. So that's the goal, is giving them the reason why to stay longer. And then looking at the day of the week, we want to really impact that Saturday stay and increase that primarily. So with the data that we have and the marketing plan that we've put together, our goal to you is to increase the room revenue by 5%. What our ROI is going to be is for every dollar invested, we're going to bring you back at least 3. And so with that, I'm going to tell you how we plan to do that. You've got before you a visitor research and strategic and branding plan. We want to make that investment so that we can start to know who Putnam County is as a visitor destination and as a community and market that more effectively and efficiently. We also want to do a photo shoot and video shoot so that our images and the way that we tell our story is more unique to Putnam County and in brand alignment with who we are. We are also planning to be a partner with Visit Florida, more in the sense of marketing and targeting the people that are already interested in Florida. We want to give them a new destination and a new experiences to consider when they're considering Florida. So we're going to leverage our partnership with them. We're also going to be working with content creators and influencers. With content creators, we have a little bit more control over the content and how we use it. The influencer side, it's really their content. We're just getting our message in front of their audience. One of the ways that we plan to do that is to utilize an influencer called YouNation, which we will target or families and young adults in Orlando and Jacksonville, and hoping to get them to come here for the weekend. And this actual marketing buy is advantageous simply because it lives on beyond the 6-month campaign that we plan to do with them. We also plan to be in the Fish and Boat Florida, which is the state fishing and boating guide, as well as the Florida Golf Guide with our Palatka Golf Club celebrating 100 years. It's important for us to tell that story and to be in that publication. Also, we have we're proposing a $200,000 in advertising agency investment for our brand launch. After that, we plan to have it be a $100,000 investment. So we want to go bold when we have this new brand and launch our advertising campaign with that. And then also we've got some website projects that we're considering for just, again, displaying the new brand and making it easy for the consumer to have experience or plan their experiences for vacationing here. We also have a public relations effort to get other people to tell our story. So that is a quick overview of our proposed marketing plan for the next year.
All right, I think we have some questions. Commissioner Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate all your work on this. I appreciate you sitting down with me, walking me through this. I want to say it's long been overdue to clean this up and to move tourist development to the forefront to where it needs to be at. I do want to address someone who wrote on a social media site that we failed at getting the bass tournament. We're not going to get them every year. We knew that going into it. They spread the love around, but we're sure grateful when they come. So, but I appreciate all the effort. I did see that you would like to increase that tourist development tax up, and that was part of the presentation. I would like to remind the viewing audience that this isn't a tax on you. These are people that come to our community and they pay a bed tax to stay here. So they're paying the tax to promote your county and tell your story. And I think that's a great way of doing business, let somebody else pay the bill to tell your story. So I appreciate all you've done. I support this wholeheartedly. It's a long time overdue, and I look forward to more changes that might come down the path as we go into this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
Kimberly, I'm just looking through the numbers here. The majority of the spend, you've got different companies earmarked where the money's going to go. The largest spend, there's $200,000. It says advertising agency.
Mm-hmm. So we will do an RFP. We have an RFP ready to go to decide who that agency would be that we would work with for, and it will probably be we hoped it would be a 3 to 5 year commitment, because when you launch a new brand and tell that story, then we want there to be some consistency in the advertising message. So we haven't secured that yet. We're waiting for this approval to do that. We had, for the branding study and the strategic plan, we had already set that in motion before the Tourist Development Council asked us to wait to see what happened with the state legislature. So there were some things in motion that we had already made some decisions on that we halted. And then we've got things ready to press go on several items. This plan was in the works before the legislation, or Tallahassee and everyone there decided to have the conversation about tourist development taxes going away. And so that's why this is coming. Normally, this would come to you annually in a budget and marketing plan presentation. And this came up simply because Tallahassee was having those conversations mid-year. And so we halted everything, and now we're bringing it back to you because Tallahassee's made their decision right now. We'll wait to see what they decide next legislative session. But this is the plan that we're bringing before you for approval. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, in a way, but, so you've already got the RFQ ready to go?
Yes.
Okay.
And then after that, you'll be asking for roughly $100,000 annually. Is there anything else in this budget that would be an annual request?
So we're waiting to see how some of these initiatives perform to make that decision. We will always do cooperative advertising with Visit Florida. It may just be at different levels.
Okay, all right. So this initial $720,000, I'm going to call it an investment. This investment going forward, are you anticipating that every year we're going to have this much of a request for investment for advertising and expenses?
No, more than half of that is foundational.
Okay.
In the branding and in the launch of the brand.
Okay, all right. Because honestly, I applaud you for the hard work you're putting into this, but I don't want to have to spend this much money every year.
Right. Well, and one of the things too that we are looking at what is sustainable.
Right.
Year after year, with the revenue that comes in from the TDT. So we want to definitely work within our means, but at the same time, I don't know that it's been a long time since a branding study has been done for the entire county.
Right, I get that. And then I just think as we move forward, and we have TDT money, there should be some consideration for some capital outlay projects. I think that the TDC money should be working with the county in tandem on some of those projects like we were just talking about, that where those bring in tourists too. So even if it's a shared source where people were both, local residents and visitors are using the boat ramp, or local residents and visitors are using a sports complex, or whatever it is, those things are important to us. So as we move forward, I would like to see this fund, some of these funds going into a capital outlay project.
So,
and we can figure out what that looks like in the future. I'm not saying that that's what we're here for today, but I'm just telling you my thoughts on the future.
Yeah, I'm going to echo those comments as well. And, basically we're signing a blank check for $200,000 for whatever advertising agency you guys determine you want to go with. I would like to know who some of those candidates are.
So our distribution list for the advertising agency have significant experience in destination marketing.
Can you tell me who they are?
So Madden Media, Paradise Advertising, Advanced Travel and Tourism.
So are these like
Aqua.
national firms?
They are.
Okay.
So we're looking at all national firms?
They are.
Okay.
And they work with destinations all over the country.
Okay, I just want to know where I'm spending my money.
And Madam Chair, if I may, please know that we have met with staff and are working on plans to present that in the 25-26 budget
Regarding capital,
for capital.
that would be great. I'm glad to hear that. Commissioner Palacios, you're recognized.
Coming from the private sector, you have to advertise yourself and you have to promote yourself and you have to set aside those funds to do that. Once you do that and you expel that kind of money in the private sector, you expect a good amount of return on that for quite some time before you have to initially do that again. So I do support this, but it's, you know, we put forth our best foot and we do what we can do, but not a returning thing yearly. But I understand how that works, and you certainly have to do it, because if you don't sell your product, nobody else will. Thank you, Madam.
All right. Are there any other comments or questions from the board? All right. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move approval of the TDC 2025 marketing plan as presented.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Sorry.
Well, okay. Is there any public comment regarding this item? All right. Thank
I
you.
withdraw my motion.
Motion withdrawn.
Justin Morris, 180 Stokes Landing Road.
Hey, Justin.
How are you guys today?
Good.
Good. As a lifetime resident of Putnam County, I find it ridiculous that you guys are considering spending $750,000 to tell people that Putnam County is here. If they didn't know, we wouldn't have had to impose impact fees for all the new construction. With the advent of social media, the Facebook, Instagram, people know Putnam County is here. The numbers that they refer to in their presentation are not direct reflection of only stuff that they have put together. That's a reflection of what this county's done, not through whatever the agency is here, through the entirety of Putnam County citizens, social media, and just the resources that we have here. 10 minutes ago, we were discussing how it was a problem to spend $200,000 or $300,000 on a boat ramp that would service Putnam County residents, and now we're talking about, and that was the issue, but spending $750,000 to tell people Putnam County's here doesn't seem. I mean, that doesn't. The math doesn't math to me. Obviously, you guys have maybe more behind the scenes information than I do, but on the surface, it seems like a ridiculous expenditure. So that's my position as a Putnam County resident.
Thank you, sir. Would you like to respond to that, or?
I would, if you don't mind.
Please.
Thank you so much for your comments, and I definitely understand the public's frustration with looking at this number and thinking that it can be spent however anybody would like it to be spent. Statutorily, these funds can only be spent certain ways on certain types of projects that actually go to the improvement and the improvement of tourism in our community. So there's definite restrictions on how this money can be spent. So that's why it's taking some time for us to look at those capital improvements to see what's in alignment with state statute. And from a marketing and sales perspective, marketing is expensive. And what's the new strategy for us is that we are actually targeting the people that are going to spend the most in our community so that we see that return.
And that's based on the data that you shared. Commissioner Alexander, you recognized.
I appreciate Mr. Morris coming up and speaking on that. I mean, like you said, the funds need to be spent on something that is going to promote the area. We're looking at $700,000 and something on, data that has been compiled by somebody you paid to compile data. I worked for a company that was really good at compiling data to promote their agenda. It's hard for me to get behind spending $750,000. Does that include the salary of the chamber as well, or the chamber leaders? So we're over $1 million. I mean, we're spending $250,000 to tell people how to spend our $750,000 to tell us how to spend our money. I mean, basically, we're paying you to tell people to tell us how to spend $750,000. I'm not discounting your work. I know everybody has a job, but I spent almost 5 years in sales and marketing for the world's largest association publisher, Naylor in Gainesville. We did a ton of CBDs, industry publications throughout the country. And just to bring a blank sheet in here to tell me we don't know where this is going, we don't want to know where this is going, but we need $200,000 for that. I know your process was in a somewhat of a hiatus based on what the legislation was doing, but you guys were still employed, and these are national companies, and whether or not they reviewed your RFQ, they could have done that because they're still working. They're not all in Florida, so we could have had a completed presentation here ready to go. So now we're asking to approve something in thin air for $200,000 to a company to be determined that I haven't looked at their pedigree to see what they're going to do, and we're going to spend $1 million on a thin air based on data that was compiled by a company I don't know. I just got a little heartburn about it, especially after we get a project axed that could have been, it's tangible, that we know is going to bring money to the county. So I just have some concerns not having a complete presentation in front of me.
So I'll address a couple things. We didn't axe the project. We kicked it down the road for 2 weeks. That's all we've done. And second of all, I sit on the TDC board, and I was the one who said, hey, we need to pump the brakes on spending money until we know what the Florida legislature is going to do, because the Florida legislature was saying at that time when they presented it to the TDC first, and then it would have came to the BOCC. When it came to the TDC board, which is a multitude of people, just not myself, and she can explain who all's on it if we need to. We said as that board from the TDC is, let's pump the brakes on this, because if the state is getting completely rid of the TDC, which is what the full discussion was being, is there would no longer be any TDC money, then we didn't want to spend any money knowing that that it wasn't an ongoing, that there wasn't any reoccurring funds, or there wasn't going to be any money. So that came from at the direction of the TDC. It wasn't, my only point to you is that wasn't on Miss Kimberly or Miss Laura or the chamber itself. It came from the TDC board not wanting to spend any money until we knew what the legislature was going to do. So that was the mindset.
I don't know how much cost would be incurred to ask for an RFQ from multiple advertising agencies. But I mean,
Well,
I'm sure that was already budgeted in there to have that for this year. So whether or not it came to fruition, I mean, it might rain this weekend, but I'm still planning on going out on the boat. And if it doesn't rain, I'll go out on the boat.
It wasn't in the plan. It wasn't in the. It was. You want to explain how that happened on your budget?
So I came on board mid-year, and so there was no budget and marketing plan presentation. This is the first time that we've done that in a while. So that being said, the other thing is that it takes a lot. I mean, you being in sales, you understand it takes a lot of time and effort and energy to put together a proposal. I don't want to set the precedence, being that we are an emerging destination. I don't want to set the precedence of us having an RFP out and companies, taking the time to bid on something that may or may not happen. And so I wanted to be respectful of the industry professionals' time and effort in that as well.
Commissioner Newbold, you're recognized.
Paid either way.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a big ask and a big lift. I'm sure there are. I appreciate Mr. Morse's comments. There are people who would rather not promote Putnam at all, and I'm not saying that's you're in that camp, but I feel like we're long overdue for a brand, an identity, a solid marketing plan. I mean, it looks to me, I mean, I'm brand new here, but, and maybe some of this has been going on, I'm sure some of it's been going on in the past, but we're like going from 0 to warp speed here. I see the value in creating our brand and starting a program. I'd be more inclined to take on this project at a lower funding level, get a track record with the program itself, have them really prioritize and pare down some of this, come back to us and show a little track record of success, and fund it additionally in the future if that success is realized. So anyway, I'd be more inclined to run in the $500,000 neighborhood and then run forward from there. So that's just my 2 cents.
Okay, so was there anything particular on the list that you would say that needed to be,
I mean, I'd be comfortable with them having a figure and working with, because I see some of these that there's definitely room for bringing them in a phased approach, or I think some of these numbers are a little round to the top side, so.
okay, all right, I believe they are round for a reason, and then it wouldn't exceed this number, but it could actually be less than this number once you get the bids in.
And the website is actually there's a threshold that we are in discussion now with a website provider that we are currently working with, and we may be able to get there with very little cost. We're still having those discussions because we're waiting to see what we can do today.
But you've got $150,000 on there.
Yeah,
If
right.
we give it
But
to you,
I'm
you're going to
hoping that-
spend
I'm
it on
hoping that-
something else. I mean, we're asked to be good stewards of the county's money, and you're telling me you might not need it, but we're going to go ahead and ask for it anyhow. But I promise you, we're not going to get a check cut back for the website if we give you $150,000 and you get it done for free.
It really isn't up to. We're working through. We just found out maybe a month ago
It just seems
that
excessive
there
to
was
me.
there was some new information available to us before this presentation was done.
Commissioner
So-
Harvey, you recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you understand the conversation where we're going. I do want to remind everybody that the reason we have this money is because we haven't been promoting ourselves for many, many years. And the worst thing I hate, 2 things, well, not hate, that's a strong word, and I don't like to use that. Things I don't dislike. I don't like big bank accounts in churches, and I don't like big bank accounts in government. I think it's silly for us to pad the books and I think we should have a rainy day fund, all about that. I think we should pay our debt, all about that. But this is the people's money, and this money is to advertise Putnam County. And we haven't been doing that. And it's quite obvious that we haven't been doing that. We've done good, probably by default, and you're right, by social media, but we could do better. And this is an opportunity for us to make that happen. And that's why I'm so supportive of it, because I know it's been sitting there and sitting there and sitting there. And the problem with the legislators is they saw these big counties that had all these funds and couldn't spend the money. Well, we had the funds and could have spent the money, and we chose not to spend the money. And if I'm wrong, correct me.
You're
but
absolutely right.
That's how I look at it. I've served on there as chairman before. I know the struggles. We need to sock this money away because we might have this one coming. Well, why don't we sock a little bit away and promote ourselves? That's what we do in business. That's what we did. Yeah, we'll put up a little bit for the rainy day, but we've got to promote ourselves here. Start promoting ourselves. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Palacio, you're recognized.
I wouldn't dare to tell you how to do your job, and from the proposal you're bringing forward, I don't know if you're swinging for the fence or just trying to get on base. I couldn't tell you. I wouldn't begin to tell you, but.
So this plan is very strategic. We are looking at people, we are targeting people that are already interested in Florida but don't know that we exist. We haven't done a targeted marketing effort to Jacksonville and Orlando, our two closest metropolitan areas, that we can increase that Saturday night stay. So those are the other Visit Florida co-op that we are strongly suggesting is the Undiscovered Florida. That is an insert in the Smithsonian Magazine that we could never buy on our own with the budget, but with Visit Florida's help, it's at a discounted rate. So when we talk about budget management, and we're being strategic with how we use these dollars. But that gets us in the Smithsonian Magazine so that we can tell our history story, our natural resource story, which is, again, a targeted market for us. This plan focuses on how we get people that don't live here into the small businesses of our community to experience the things that we have. It is not a one-size-fits-all. We can't just go and market in Jacksonville or Orlando. We have to be very strategic with who we're targeting, and we will work with those influencers and the agency to do that.
And pardon me for my possible ignorance here, but why would we just give you a blank check for that large number? Why couldn't you come back to us with, we've talked to ABC Advertising and EFG Advertising and these bids, and let them come in, and then we see what kind of money we have?
I mean, which ACOs are you using? I mean, give us the data. I mean,
so I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of your question.
Which SEOs are you using? I mean, how are you tracking the data? Where's your click data on the targets you're focusing on?
So that's part of the visitor research piece. The data that we have was actually provided for free to me.
Okay.
Because of my relationships within the industry.
So you have that data, so you know who to target. Why do we need to engage an advertising agency for $200,000?
So number one, the influencers are all that we are working with are all outdoor in nature.
How many
related.
followers do they have?
Live Wildly, Misty Wells, all of them are outdoor in nature related on the influencer side. With the exception of U-Nation, and we are using them to target the low-hanging fruit that is in our backyard in Jacksonville and Orlando. Trying to capitalize on weekend getaways, capitalize on those on events, marketing our weekend events to them.
But those are minimal costs. What is it, $7,500 a piece, $6,000 a piece?
No, that the U-Nation campaign is $30,000.
For U-Nation.
And so, but the Live Wildly and all of that, those are projects that we'll work with the agency. Those are just some suggested ones. The ad agency, what they do is they have their data resources matched with ours, and we combine and strategically work together to come up with the marketing plan. Based on the budget that's provided, because I could dream all day long and come up with $1 million project for a marketing plan, but for the ad agency, we have to go through the RFP process so that we can. And this is naturally how this is done in destination marketing. We come to you and say, this is the budget. We're going to go out to RFP and give you the plan. We're going to continue to give you quarterly reports and tell you, in the sheet, we tell you what we're going to gain and the measurement metrics for what we're going to do with each project.
Right.
And so we're up for the challenge. We will come back to you and tell you how each of these projects are performing.
Ms. Kim, thank you for that. I know that this is a challenge for everyone in this room right now, and because it's a lot of money, right? And you're stepping in a new role, and you've come up with a plan, and you've detailed your budget and your requests and your vendors. Some of them already have, like Visit Florida. Some of them, and it looks like in your budget that each one of these have different different roles, different targeting, different processes that they're going to be doing, whether some of them are social media, some of them are more maybe an ad on a television, some of them are in magazines, some of them are website engagement and that kind of stuff. And please understand that this board, we just haven't seen this kind of a request before, right? Don't take it personal. I don't think that anybody's trying to
Absolutely not.
attack the chamber or you've made your presentation and you have good data to support it. I think that it's just so challenging, especially in a time when we have to worry about every dollar. And this is just a challenge for this board. And it was a challenge for me when I sat on the TDC. You remember you had to sit with me like 2 or 3 times because I wasn't on board with it either. I was struggling too. And some of the, you know, they're just now seeing this for the first time. I mean, other than in their packet. But so please just understand it's a lot. And it's just, the board is just trying to take it all in. And it's a big request. And we just haven't seen that before. And to Commissioner Harvey's point is, you wouldn't have this money had it not been accumulated over the years. And now you've got a very aggressive, I would call this a very aggressive marketing plan. And to spend TDC dollars. But what I think for me that really, really helps me is when I look at your return on investment. So how do you measure that you're gonna, for every dollar spent, we get 3 back? So let's go over that real quick for me, because I think that would help everyone understand the return on investment, because that's what it always gets down to me. If I'm spending $1, what am I getting back?
Sure, and we provided the way that we came up with those numbers, so I want to go over that.
Okay.
So with the data that we've been provided, we do want to convert day trippers to 1 overnight stay and 1 night stays to 2 night stays, and increase, that Saturday night. That's a key focus for us. The ROI comes with an estimated 1,000 units or rooms in our community.
Mm-hmm.
That includes vacation rentals, that includes hotels, that includes RV spots. The average daily rate from the data that we have available is $116.74 with a 66.7% occupancy, which is 243.46 days. That in lodging alone equates to more than $28 million. A 5% increase in lodging alone would be, again, we use the occupancy rate, increasing it to 261 days. That would result in $2 million, or a little more than $2.1 million in lodging alone. So if you take the ROI, it's 195.7% ROI, which means for every dollar invested in this plan, we hope to generate $2.96 back.
And that spending for this presentation is just in the overnight stays.
In just lodging, that
So
does
you're
not
not
include
taking
dining.
in
It doesn't
dining or
include
gas
retail
or if they've booked a boat for rent, or they've taken a tour on the river with somebody,
Right.
or they went on a specialty hunt, or any of the other wonderful things that we have in the community. So this, and I see up at the top, you've got that basically some of our day trips and overnight trips have been down from the previous year.
Yes, and
So
right now lodging is flat, like our bed tax collections are flat.
Yeah, and I think you're gonna have a challenge in this, is the way the economy is gonna go, right? The economy is gonna make a huge difference in all this as well. So thank you for bringing that up. Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate this. I'm drawn to the last statement on this page. And basically, this is money that's not going to come back to the county. We're not going to see that. We're taking an investment. This is money going back to businesses. And like Commissioner Wilkinson just said, that only accounts for the hotel stay. Doesn't count for the restaurants and all the other things that are our business community is going to benefit from an investment that this board makes. And I've always said, our main job, 2 main jobs, one's to get out of the way, and one's to promote our county. And I cannot see why, I know it's ambitious, I appreciate that, I know it's scary, but you gotta stand back in front of us here pretty soon and say, did it work or did it not work? And that's where the rubber meets the road. But I wanna know our businesses had the advantage of having dollars brought back to their community from an investment that we made.
And
Thank you.
those are funds that are generated from those same businesses, the bed tax. So, all right, it's back to the board. Is there a motion on the floor?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we support the TDC plan as projected.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of second.
That's what he said.
All right, is there another motion?
I would move to support it at a lower level of $520,000.
Okay, so your motion is for them to come back with a less aggressive plan at a lesser budget.
May I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Can we take that website expenditure out? The $150,000?
Okay,
I would like to see a completed presentation with more than, with some more tweaking
I
done.
can't hear
Could-
you.
I can't hear you.
I would like to see a completed presentation, because that's kind of, you already disclosed that you're gonna probably get the website adjustment for free, so.
Not necessarily. I mean, I'll just forego redoing the website at any cost.
okay. So, you have the floor, Mr. Newbold, Commissioner Newbold, regarding your, motion. Do you want to keep it just that her coming back with a whole new budget at 500,000, or do you want to take out the,
I'm more comfortable with just at a lower level. I don't feel like it's my point to micromanage what the chambers, how they're going to develop this program. I really, I feel like that's out of my wheelhouse. I'm comfortable with them prioritizing within a given budget what they feel is most important and most beneficial to the community. So, I would leave it at that, say $520,000 level.
Commissioner Alexander?
Kimberly, I'm not asking you just to make wholesale cuts on it, if you felt that $150,000 was necessary for the website, I don't say just cut it out. Obviously, there was a need for it, so I would like to see, and again, like like Commissioner Newbold said, I'm not asking to tell you how to do your job. What I'm saying is, if you felt that it was justified to dedicate one of the largest asks to that website, reappropriate funds elsewhere if you feel that that is needed.
Sir, and Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
We have halted this plan since April. So there's 4 months of marketing work and foundation building that we could have been doing.
Oh, I'm well aware of windows of opportunity.
If it takes me cutting a budget line item from this proposal so that we can start to do something, that's what I would like to see from a staff perspective, so that we can do something. Because right now, if there is no progress made with this, we continue to do nothing to progress the marketing effort. That means branding and the strategic plan and getting us on the road to get community input to know who we are and what we need to do. So, and I'm happy to send out an RFP and bring that back, to bring that back to you. But if I don't feel comfortable doing an RFP if I don't know what we have to spend.
I don't
And that's
understand.
That's what we've proposed.
I don't understand why you're not comfortable with that. Can you explain why you wouldn't be? That's no different than me going in a store and wanting to buy item A, and I go, ooh, can't afford that,
Ask them what it's gonna cost, and if you got a cut from them, that's fine, but I'm still not comfortable with a $200,000 ask, and then we can wholesale cut $150,000 here. I understand the urgency, obviously, I understand the urgency of getting things done, but, as we said before, what's 2 weeks?
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to set the budget at 520,000. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a second? Wow, we're doing great today. Motion dies for lack of second. What are we doing today?
I'd like to see them come back with RFP
On that one particular item, or
across the board.
on all of them?
Well, whatever what they say they need the money, I want to know what for and where it's going.
So you just got through saying you weren't going to micromanage them, but that's exactly what you're doing.
No, I'm just telling them, I'm not giving them a blank check. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, what is it gonna cost, and then we'll know exactly what it is.
That's what she
Aren't we
prepared
just
a
shooting in
budget
the
for.
dark with the 700 number?
No,
or am I
you're not
missing
shooting in
something?
the dark when she's giving you 4 pages of detailed information. That's not
Yeah,
shooting
but-
in the
yep.
dark.
But, or maybe I'm missing something.
So-
I'm thinking of these hard numbers from the providers.
So these numbers, the hard numbers I've provided, the only estimates are for, we've already got the photo and video shoot. We've had some proposals that met that threshold and some that went over. So that's a real number. All of the Visit Florida ask is a real number. The strategic plan and branding study, that's a real number.
Fish and Boat Florida.
The U-Nation, that's a real number. They came to us with that. Same with the Fish and Boat Florida and the Golf Guide. Those are real numbers. The estimates come with the advertising agency, the content creator. I am gonna negotiate those rates with the content creators that we decide to work with.
Okay.
One is ready to sign the contract whenever this plan is approved. We've got the website development and the ad agency are really the variables. And we didn't send, like I said, we didn't send out the RFP for the ad agency simply because I wanted to be sure that the budget was approved so that we could move forward. The other thing is that while they have ways to gain data, we don't have data to hold them accountable. And so I want to be part of that conversation when we sit down and we develop the actual detailed plan. I mean, they don't know enough about us as a destination and ad agency to build, they can put stuff on paper, but that plan, any ad agency that works in destination marketing, we're constantly changing that marketing plan based on engagement and results.
Okay. Commissioner Harvey, you recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important that we know today that this board, the Tourist Development Council, is appointed by this board. So they've already went through this, and this is what they said they need to promote Putnam County. 2 motions have failed today, and again, it only hurts for a little while, as Commissioner Taylor told Commissioner Palatka one time. It's not about hurting, it's about moving our county forward here. We have to take these citizens boards when they come to us and say, this is what we want to do. This is how we want to spend the money. We've accumulated this money for a long time. We haven't been very active. We got a new person now that wants to be more aggressive. Guys, the bottom line here is we spend money. We're going to hold you accountable at the end of the day. If your plan was too aggressive, then it was too aggressive. But I like to be aggressive in sales. I like to promote our county. And this is just a small part, like Commissioner Wilkinson said. Once they're here, they're not just sitting in the hotel room not doing anything. They're out visiting Putnam County. I was in Orlando the other day. I was at a function, and a lady had this picture of Billy Graham with all the presidents. And she was promoting all this Billy Graham. I said, do you know that Billy Graham started in Putnam County? No, I didn't know that. Do you know he was baptized in a lake not far from Commissioner Palatier's house? No, I didn't know that. She wanted me to buy him. I said, why don't you add Putnam County to your picture? I don't want to do that. So I've been sending her all this data that shows, the historical markers. That's what we gotta be about, because somebody's out there promoting things that don't even know we exist. So I don't mind doing something even at a lesser expense, but let's do something today to help promote Putnam County. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
It's hard for me to get behind, tying up $1 million of the constituents' funds. I don't care where it came from. It's my job to spend it responsibly and get the most bang for my buck. I mean, I'm not sure how much you know about SEOs, what it is, what clicks are, what page engagement time is, or any of that stuff. There's millions of influencers out there, $7,500, $30,000 a pop. I don't know who did the research. I don't know who did the marketing. I mean, you can go on AI and create a report to justify anything you want to say. The sky's black. Okay, let's figure out why. But you can create a report to do that. Before I dump $1 million of the community's money, I need to see some proof in the pudding. I was in the marketing game, the advertising game for many years. I worked for the world's largest trade and association publisher. I understand the dynamics of this. The pricing, it was many years ago, but the pricing sounds somewhat excessive to me. And I think that we can get a little bit better performance, and I would like to see documentation of what we're getting for our money before I spending $750,000 of my people's money.
Commissioner Palacier.
As I said before, coming from the private sector, I do know you have to sell your own product. You have to get it out there, because not everybody knows it abroad. And we're not on 95, and we're not on 75, we're not on I-4. So we don't have that vast travel pattern of people zipping all around the state that we might be exposed to otherwise. I'm not against supporting this, but with Commissioner Alexander, I think I'd like to see some more firmer numbers, those real hard numbers that you know for a fact are gonna be there versus pie in the sky.
Okay, so, is that what there's?
Yeah, I'm done.
If I understood you correctly, everything on your budget is what'd you call it, a real number?
Cost.
With the exception of the advertising agency for $200,000 and the website development for $150,000. So if you took out those $350,000 as a variable, and that those would come back, I think that sounded like, I've heard a couple commissioners say they'd like to see the RFP on those. That puts you at $370,455. Okay, so would the board consider approving the things that she's already gotten, moving forward with that? So that's the only solution I have to come up with it. But we gotta do something, guys. What are we doing?
What was that number again?
The budget she presented was $720,455. She said that $200,000 for agency advertisement on the last page for website engagement, and then website development for $150,000 have not been sent out. So again, I can't make a motion. I can move the gavel, but would the board consider that, taking the $350, that's those two line items, approving the $370, and allowing her to move forward with those projects, and coming back with the RFP results on those two items?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve $370,000 of the TDC marketing plan and budget.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All right, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. So you've got $370,455 roughly is what it was. And then the two items you can come back with once you've got the bid proposals on those.
Thank you.
Thank you. Whew. All right, y'all making us work today. Good Lord.
Gator.
Moving into, this will be another great one, administration. Before we go, I'm gonna put these out of order. Let's move to, because I know the sheriff's is here and I don't want them to wait any longer. Sheriff's Office, sex offender ordinance, we're gonna move item D in front of C as a point of privilege. So ordinance number 2025-021 in your packet.
Madam Chair, can I ask a point of order?
Yes.
At the last meeting, we all jumped up and down and hooped and hollered and was in support of this ordinance. Do we need to go through it again or just have a public hearing? and
Yeah. So,
vote?
so that's the question. I think that we need to understand the process. When we talked about, yes, we were, had some appetite for it. Now the ordinance has been written and is in front of you today. So if, Mr. Commando, if you could walk us through what the process would be going forward.
So we have to have a public hearing on approval and adoption of the ordinance. We did not get it in for advertisement 10 days prior, which is required by statute. So we're using today as additional public opportunity for public comment. It'll come back to you one last time for final approval, but I didn't see any issues with ordinance as it was presented to you for your consideration.
Okay. And Sheriff, I know you want to speak on this, so if you want to go ahead.
I'm here at your pleasure. Before you today on the dais is obviously a proposed ordinance that strengthens provisions that are already in place in Florida statute and gives us some additional restrictions on sex offender residencies here in Putnam County. This is strictly my opinion, the world according to Gator Deloach. I do not believe that you can rehabilitate sexual predators. It's not a question of if, but when they will reoffend if given the opportunity. I think we owe it to ourselves and to our children to do everything we possibly can within our ability to protect them, and this is another measure that just strengthens our ability to do just that. So I'm here if you have any questions or have any concerns, we can certainly discuss those.
I do have one question, and then I'll go to Commissioner Alexander. Does the other municipalities, do they each have to adopt the same ordinance, or does it depend on where the sheriff, in other words, the sheriff covers Pomona Park, but it has its own town? So would they still have to adopt one?
Yes. Yeah, the municipalities, because of home rule, they have to adopt the ordinance as well.
Okay. All right. Okay. Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
I would like to say, thank you. That was a great point you brought up there, Madam Chair. So I guess you guys will have to make a presentation to each one of those groups. But man, seeing your interaction with your children and Alex with his, I just want to say I appreciate you guys being proactive in protecting our community and our children. Good job. Thank you.
There is no more important mission than we have than to protect our children. And I will stop at nothing to ensure that Putnam County does not become a safe haven for pedophiles.
Absolutely.
We have seen that in your behavior. Thank you.
All right. That's fine. So is there any public comment on the sex offender ordinance? Is there anybody who wishes to speak on this item? All right, so we'll move.
Madam Chair, I move that we move this item to our next meeting so we can pass this ordinance.
To allow 10 days for advertising.
Correct.
Does anything else need to be said? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
I need a "that was easy" button up here.
I know.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Sheriff, Madam Chair, do you mind if I take a point of privilege? Congratulations on being the president of the Florida Sheriff's Association.
Yes.
That's an amazing fulfillment for Putnam. You are president. Matt Reynolds is president of the Clerks Association. I'm moving up to be president of the County Association. I don't think that's ever been done in Putnam County, so thank you for your service on that.
Thank you so much, but I'm not convinced that condolences might not be more appropriate.
Well,
I feel that.
Thank you.
It's still a feather in the hat for Putnam County.
All right, moving on to the pavilion at Crescent Lake. Who's handling that, Mr. Suggs?
Yes, ma'am, that'd be me.
Okay.
The nursing home there reached out. They're experiencing some critical failure with their elevator, and after review, it has to have some regular modernization, which old elevators have to go through from time to time. This is a county-owned property, and the lease agreement stipulates that the county's responsible for these types of repairs. So the quote was obtained from a company that can work on those elevators, which is proprietary in nature, under the sole source, or I'm sorry, piggybackable Sourcewell contract. and the price is before you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I support this. We've got to do something to modernize. But I think this is a bigger conversation that we need to have one day when we have our conversation about all of our county properties. Do we want to be into the 2 nursing homes that we have? You know, I don't mind if that's the way the board wants to go, but we do have to do something today for this elevator project. But you know, we all got an email probably from Earl Ballinger, and he wasn't incorrect in what he was asking. What is our plan going forward on some of these older buildings? And I think probably when we do have that meeting, Madam Chair, that would be a great conversation to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Newbold, you're recognized.
I always fall back to that little thing, you know, I'm new to this, and a lot of this stuff comes as a surprise to me. I'm from Crescent City. I played around that nursing home from the time I was a child, and I had no idea we owned that piece of property. And anyway, I think we are obligated to make this repair. I don't think we can get out of that, but we really do need to open the discussion of, is it good for us to be a landlord in these situations? I really think we can open this up to the possibility of a private entity owning it, getting it back on the tax rolls, and getting rid of the burden of the upkeep over time. So I know it's in my district, and I have not spoken to anybody down there about this. That's just where I fall at the moment. So thank you.
All right, Commissioner Alexander.
As usual, I'm last in line, but.
No, yeah, I got 2 people behind you. You gotta be quicker on that button to beat Harvey.
Man, I'm never gonna win at Jeopardy, am I?
Yeah, I know, right.
No, I kind of echo the sentiments that Mr. Harvey and Mr. Newbold. I mean, at the end of the day, it's costing us money to own that property. And I don't know what our lease agreement is with those folks, but at $300,000, I don't think we're seeing a profit on that at the end of the year if we have to put that much money in it. And we know it's an aged building. The roof's going to have issues. The HVAC system's going to have issues. So, you know, like those properties, they could be very valuable, especially a waterfront piece like that for a developer downtown that could really generate some revenue for the county, and we wouldn't have to maintain it. So I think that's a conversation that we all need to engage. So I don't know how we'd move that forward, and I don't know what the term of their lease is. When can we vacate that lease, Mr. Suggs?
We just entered into the renewal of that lease not that many years ago. And as far as losing money on the lease, I mean, candidly, there are many years that the county has collected money and not had to pay any sort of thing. So
Sure.
When you look at the whole term of the lease, you're still making money. As far as what would it take, if the county decided that this property no longer served a public purpose, then there's a statutory process you would go through where you surplus the property and put it out for bid, and then whoever comes in, and then whoever, if there's a lease on the property at the time you decide to do that, whoever purchased the property does so knowing that it's subject to the terms of the lease.
Okay, so we can sell it with it not being vacant. We can sell it occupied.
You can dispose of property in many different ways, yeah.
Okay, cool. I didn't know how.
But you can't just sell it by getting a realtor, getting the highest bidder.
Right. I know there's always a process. There's always a process. But yeah, I mean, yeah, we're making money now through the term of the lease, but what if we have another catastrophic failure, you know, or asbestos, or, you know, any of the things that you might encounter in an aged building? So it might be something we want to consider limiting our exposure on.
Commissioner Palacier.
Commissioner Alexander, typically I'm riding in the caboose by myself, so I'm bringing up the rear,
thank you.
typically.
Thank you. Don't let him take that.
Hey, but all the money goes to South Putnam.
I wholeheartedly agree with Commissioner Newbold. I did know it was a county-owned facility. I got you there on that one by a little bit. But, you know, I think we need to review all of our county-owned buildings as to how they benefit the county the most, and where do we need to get them back on the tax rolls, or do we need to enhance more of what we're doing, which in Commissioner comments have some, I'm going to expand upon that a little bit. But I do think we need to visit, looking at all our county-owned buildings and see, do these things need to be put back on the tax rolls? Is the county benefiting, or would it benefit the private sector more to, and we benefit from them? But I think that's something we need to definitely be looking into. Thank you.
So as far as this bid for repairing the elevator, since this is a life safety issue, it's not something we can really, okay. All right, so I think we got to eat this elephant one bite at a time, gentlemen. So let's first talk about the, I need a motion for what's in front of you today.
I make a motion that we approve the purchase of the elevator modernization project at the Pavilion at Crescent City, Resolution 2025-066, to the tune of $256,430.45.
Second.
Motion second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously.
Can I make one more comment real quick? You know, I jumped right out there with that. I don't have anything against the nursing home. You know, that nursing home is probably employs 100 people down there in Putnam County. So, I mean, I would rather it continue as a nursing home in the private sector. I do realize when you open that up, a developer could come in and say, I'd rather have condos there. And, we do run that risk. But anyway, I don't want people to think that business is not an asset to the community, because it really is. So anyway, just throwing that out.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Newbold. Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Newbold, I think you hit the mark right there with that comment. This isn't just about one topic. This is about all of, not just our buildings, but our properties that we own. We got a lot of things out there, and it's going to take a holistic approach of us sitting down going, what's our vision? What's our marketing plan? What do we want to look like with these types of facilities? And can we repurpose them? Can we not? Do we need to sell them to the private? Whatever that case may be. But this is going to be a big conversation, not only about buildings, properties also, and how our citizens can benefit from that. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, thank you. I agree with my colleagues. I don't like owning a nursing home as the county's asset. I don't think we should be in that business. I think it should be both of our nursing homes. I didn't know it until I was here probably a good year that we actually, the county, and I guess because there used to be old hospitals is how we got them. But at the end of the day, they should be in the private sector, and they should be back on the tax rolls, in my opinion. And, my husband works on people's cars for a living. And when he tells you it's time to trade in your car and sell it because you're spending more money than what the vehicle is worth, then you listen to your mechanic, because he can continue to take your money and let you spend money on your car, but he's honest and says, hey, it's time to get rid of this vehicle. And in this case, it's time to get rid of these two nursing homes. That's where I'm at. I truly believe that if we're spending $256,000, and again, it's a life safety issue, we didn't have a choice, for a building that brings in roughly $11,000 a month in its current form. I know over the years, as Mr. Commando said, over the years, it's usually, we're still in good color. We're still good. But at the end of the day, when we start spending that kind of money, we're not helping our citizens. I do have the same concern that Commissioner Newbold brought up. Is once you put it out in the public to be bid on, it can be whatever. Whoever buys it can do whatever, subject to zoning and regulation. But that's what a free market is, and that's what we support. That's what I support. And so, anyway, I don't know why we have to wait. Why do we have to wait until we talk about, this is for my colleagues, why do we have to wait until we talk about all the buildings? I don't think we should. I think that we have the conversation right now. And the conversation is, I assume that we'd have to get appraisals on these? I would like to see us get appraisals on these two buildings and move forward with the process. So that's my thought process. Commissioner Alexander, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I guess we just take the step and make the motion that we ask staff to start the proceedings to sell these two properties.
The surplus them. What's the process?
Surplus.
What's the first?
So I don't know that you necessarily need a motion. You can give direction to staff to at least go out and get appraisals for the properties. I would say that's probably the first step in the process. That brings it back to you. And at that point, we can put something on the agenda that you would vote on to determine, one, that the property is surplus, and then you go out for a competitive bid process, or an auction type process where, at least with those appraisals, you know where to set your minimum bid.
Right, that's what the purpose is. You have to set your minimum bid with those appraisals, and then we determine whether it can be an open bid process or a sealed bid process, or it has to be sealed bid.
I think there's a few different options, auction options in the statute, so we can look through those and bring that back as part of the presentation to the board.
And of course, like you said, it would be, if it were to be surplus, it would be subject to the terms of the existing lease.
Yes, so when you surplus, that's just a finding by the board that it no longer serves a public purpose.
Okay,
And then the actual disposal, the has to go through the process pursuant to statute.
all right. All right, so can I get my colleagues to agree that waive and support to get an appraisal done on these two buildings? All right, very good. Thank you. Moving into public comment on miscellaneous items. This portion of the agenda is designed to allow citizens an opportunity to bring matters to the attention of the board. It is not reasonable to expect that the board will engage in debate or deliberation about matters on which the board has received no prior information as part of the agenda. Please limit your time to 3 minutes. Public comment cards are conveniently placed in the meeting room entrance and should be submitted prior to the meeting to the deputy clerk, who sits to the right of the podium. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak? Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak? All right. Moving into appointments. Starting with Commissioner Alexander.
I have none.
Get out.
My seats are full.
I like giving him a hard time. Commissioner Pelletier.
I have none.
All right.
Up the rear.
I'm not in
You're
the
not bringing
caboose.
it up. You're not in the caboose. Commissioner Newbold.
I have none today.
Commissioner Harvey.
Madam Chair, we have a situation that the Value Adjustment Board is meeting on the 22nd, and we had a resignation of a person on that Value Adjustment Board. As you know, you and I both sit on that board as chair and vice chair, and last year I was the chair. You possibly will be the chair this year, but we do need to get somebody on there, and I have 2 people that have offered to serve on there in replacement of the one who have left. I don't know, there's not going to be a whole lot of time for us to find another one if we choose to go that way. But let me tell you, the 2 people that have offered was Buddy Goddard and Sheila Ledford. So I don't know how the board wants to move. If they want to move at all, that's fine, but we do have a Value Adjustment Board coming up. And that board is clearly just a board that says, did the property appraiser do their job in valuing the property correctly? And people, the citizens, can come to us and make those requests to lower their taxes or lower their adjustment, I'm sorry. So that's what that board's about.
All right, so are you making a motion or if it's an at-large position? Are you choosing one of your 2 options?
It is. I would like for Sheila Ledford to take that spot. She's a very good person and very good, she has a real estate license, so it wouldn't interfere with her license whatsoever.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to fill the Value Adjustment Board at-large position with Sheila Ledford. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, like sign. All right. And I have no appointments. Was that all your appointments?
That's it. Thank you.
All right. Clerk of the Court, Matt Reynolds, for your comments.
Good morning, Commissioners. Construction or renovation of the customer service building still coming along pretty well. But other than that, I don't have much to bring to the board.
All right,
Thank
very
you.
good. Thank you. Yeah, I think you just shared something on social media, though. What was you were sharing some information about, the fines.
The which one? We share stuff on there all the time.
Something about helping people who are struggling with some kind of issues. I remember seeing that. I shared it.
Driver's license.
Yeah, driver's
unpaid.
license.
Yeah, that comes around once a year, Operation Greenlight. But yeah, we just had an ad come through from the association, so we put it onto our social media. But yeah, once a year, Operation Greenlight, typically done in the springtime, March, April time frame. People come in and can we won't charge them the collection fee rate, which is 28%, so.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. County Administrator, Mr. Suggs.
No comments this morning, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner comments, starting with Commissioner Palacier. I'll start with you. I'm not going to make you the caboose this time.
I guess you blow that horn long enough, somebody will finally listen. I brought this forward several weeks ago, maybe a month or so ago, I don't remember, about our complex here and the how we're going to utilize our building to the best part is benefits everyone, especially our county. And I'd like some dialogue back from my colleagues here as to Commissioner Harvey and I are old timers here, so we're going to still call it the Pantry Pride building, which I understand you worked there.
Yeah, don't get him started.
I just shopped there with my mother, but I was just
You were too young.
I was a baby. I was in a cart. I was just in a stroller. Anyhow, I'd like some kickback from y'all as to what your thoughts and plans or ideas are about utilizing our building to its greatest potential.
Well, I'm going to take the point of privilege before the buttons. Since I've been here, I have wanted IT department out of where they're at. The IT department should be centrally located with the governmental complex. It should not be upstairs at the tax collector's office. I don't think it's secure. I mean, it is secure, but it could be more secure here. And I have always wanted and advocated for the IT department as a whole to be in this building or somewhere other than where it's at. I think it needs to be here. That, opens up more area downtown. But I think, we have parking issues and everything else. Get those people, those are our staff people. They need to be housed here in our building. So that's my first comments. You're not a commissioner, Mr. Grimes.
Never. Just so you know, Mr. Commissioner Palacier, that we have that scheduled for the next BOCC meeting. We've already engaged with the designer. They're going to come in here with basically a blank plat, let you guys kind of draw through it and figure out what you want. Then we can go and get a conceptual design for the engineering and architecture and all that stuff for what you'll have a presentation before you at the very next commission meeting.
Right.
All right, Commissioner Alexander. I'm sorry, Commissioner Harvey. He was faster.
Tease me.
Knew I couldn't resist on Pantry Pride building, right? A year and a half ago, maybe a year ago, we sat down with staff. One of our community partners needed some space in that building, and the idea was to build it out, put IT there, put part of them there, and everybody benefits from it. So I think anytime we can invest in ourselves, we have empty buildings here, no doubt. We have some that probably can't be used, then we need to do something with them. But if we can use them and we can bring revenue back to the county, offset the taxpayers, I think that's what we need to be about and investing in ourselves. So Commissioner Palacier, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I do too. Commissioner Alexander.
I wanted to applaud Mr. Suggs and Mr. Grimes. I think it was 2 weeks ago or so. Mr. Suggs and I walked the facility over there. Maybe 3 weeks, but we all talk about government and how slow it is, but for them to have a presentation ready to go for the next meeting, that's getting it done. Yep, that is good. It is impressive, man. After what I've seen, he's proud of himself. He did a good job. Don't steal his thunder, Larry. But thank you, guys. I look forward to that. We've got. Obviously this is a building we're not going to surplus, so we need to utilize it to the maximum capacity. And we have a needy group, which Mr. Palacier has highlighted in our Veteran Service Administration, that could definitely use the space. I agree with Commissioner Wilkinson that IT needs to be here, and I'm sure there's a couple other vital portions of our staff that need to be here as well. So, like you said, you're going to bring in a map, a blueprint, and everybody has a different design, but they all have a priority of who needs to be in that building. So, thank you, guys.
All right. You still have the floor, sir.
Just to add to it a little bit, the sign out front says Putnam County Governmental Complex. That's what I think it should be. Everything that deals with Putnam County government should be here under this one roof, in this parking lot, centralized one-stop shop parking, shopping, as far as your businesses or your issues with the county, whatever it may be. I think number one priority should be definitely the expansion of veteran services over there. With the job they're doing in such a confined space, that should be addressed first, and then move right along with moving other governmental agencies here with us, enhancing and making it easier for our constituents to do business with the county government.
So what you're proposing, what I'm hearing is that you'd like to see other constitutional officers.
Utilize our building to its fullest extent. The buildings that those people now occupy be sold, put back on the tax rolls to
Okay.
benefit everybody. That's definitely what I'd like to see.
Okay, so that's a big discussion, but it sounds
Yes, it
like you're
is.
headed in that direction.
I am.
Very good, okay.
Is it still Palasker comments?
Yes, absolutely, it's your
Okay, now,
comments.
Going to get on to a happier, better note. I'm talking into it. I'm better than down there in District 3, I can tell you that. On to a happy note, Friday night, forgive me if I get emotional, but my oldest daughter is now a University of Florida alumni.
Hey, all right.
She's Gator to the bone. She has a bachelor's in nursing, and she is eventually, I didn't know this, but she can skip her master's and go on to her doctorate, and that is her plan. But she's gonna take about a year off, she told me. She's about schooled out, but yes,
Congratulations,
she's
Dad, that's a
doing
big
great.
deal.
That's a big deal.
Yep, smart girl.
You should be
Yep,
emotional.
she's very smart.
I am. And all those brains, I promise you, skipped a generation. Because I don't have what she has. That kid never cracks a book and just right on through. So, or I think she didn't crack a book, but maybe. Thank you. My time's up.
So since you were talking, let's talk about the truck traffic on Crill Avenue that you got,
Oh.
the front page of the paper about. Let's talk about that.
I'm surprised y'all haven't given me more grief about
But
that.
we are, we're just getting started.
Oh, yeah, okay. Y'all are warming up. Thanks to Alex Sharp from the PCSO, we are working to alleviate that problem. We've been putting together names of companies, trucking companies that are using that road. And I think we're sending out some letters, aren't we, Alex, to all those trucking companies and to the sand companies in West Putnam, which I think that's where all they're coming from. And get the word to them, to get the word out. You know, I think these guys just don't know. And it is shorter. I know it's shorter, but that is not a place for commercial truck traffic to be going down Crill Avenue, making that hard curve and going, coming out. There's a big sign out on Reed Street, Highway 17 and 100, whatever you want to call it, that says west truck traffic. And I think these guys are seeing it on their GPS that says turn here on 9th Street and go that way. And there's something we got to do about educating these people and making them aware that this is not way we want this, because that's just too much traffic, too much everything. We're going to be going before the city eventually with requesting an ordinance to get them to help us enforce and get those trucks off that road. Or, it's like Mr. Sharp said, we don't want to write tickets, or they don't want to write tickets. They just want to, educate and get the people, the truckers, to understand. And it won't take much to get that word spread amongst them. Hey, guys, we got to turn and go down 19 to 100 and go this way. And once we get that word out, then I think you're going to see a great reduction in that. And probably one of the worst things that they have is those big trucks have a thing, it's a braking system called a Jake brake. And that's that loud, real growling noise that they make where they use the motor as a brake versus their brakes on their wheels. And it saves them, and it just, and as I said in the newspaper, there's a difference at that in 2 in the afternoon and 2 in the morning. And but we're excited about that. It's something we want to see to fruition. And I heard a lot of kickback from constituents that that's something they want to see addressed. And I'm trying. I'm starting on it. And with Mr. Sharp's help and the sheriff, we're going to push forward with this, I hope. Thank you.
Well, it has been an ongoing issue, which is why I wanted to bring it up. We obviously have created with DOT, the truck route, and there's a map that shows all the signage that's been put in place. I've sent that to Mr. Sharp. to send out. It's actually a little flyer he can send out to the trucking companies. So I guess, you're writing down when you see a truck, is that how you're doing it? You're writing down?
I sat here one day a couple weeks ago, and it was raining, and I had nothing to do, believe it or not. So I sat there in the truck, and I just sat there in ABC Trucking, EFD Trucking, and I gave him 20-odd names. And that's just not one truck. That's companies.
Right.
And they have multiple trucks per company. So it may have slowed some, but that one time it's probably 150 or more sand trucks a day going by here. And that's just too much on that road. It really is.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, that was the reason why we created that truck route, was to divert traffic from not going down, to keep them from going down there. And it did help at first, and then it seems like we're back to where we were with as many trucks. And so sending out letters is an educational component of it. And then you said you're going to work with the city on maybe doing a city ordinance.
Alex is helping me get prepared to go before the city and see about getting an ordinance enacted that we'll get the city officers to enforce that. And, I don't want to speak for the sheriff, but I think his idea is, just educate them. Just give them some education. Say, look, guys, we don't want to write tickets. We just want you to go down this road. And I don't think it'll take much of that, and you'll get a lot of participation. He's provided us a flashing sign out on Highway 20, just west of 19, that can't be hurting, and it certainly could be bigger, but it can't be hurting. Anything to get their attention, start turning these. But I think we put out a letter to these companies, and then certainly at the mines in West Putnam on their bulletin board, drivers' attention.
Okay. All right. Just trying to figure out what was going on. All right. Very good. Commissioner Alexander.
Not a whole lot. I wanted to follow up with staff. Have you guys been able to gather any data regarding the spending limits of your equal parts at other counties? Because we had talked about increasing the limits to try and improve the bottleneck we have on some of our projects. And we want to be able to, I want to talk about giving y'all more freedom to get those things pushed through without having to bring little tiny items before us to get changed.
Sure. Yeah, we have been successful in getting data from St. John's, Clay, Marion, Volusia, Alachua, Baker, and Bradford. So I feel like I have a pretty good assembly of both the quote thresholds as well as the authority thresholds, which are two different things. And I'm working on a red line version now of some revisions to the procurement ordinance, because that's how it has to come back to you guys in, of both taking into account their guidance as well as taking into account some of where we end up in bottlenecks, right? And so we may deviate a little bit from them. Procurement is one of those home rule things. You guys can align it to ensure the best operations of your county while maintaining fiscal responsibilities. And so likely, just based on what I've seen from these areas that I've kind of surveyed the waters of, it's probably going to be a hybrid, taking into account some of their best practices as well as kind of making our own road.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And ultimately, the goal is to, I don't know if I can even use the word agility, but add some agility to our government.
Sure. Anything else?
I did have one other question. Ms. Holmes, can you elaborate on the permit applications and the impact fees? So when we initially talked about it, and maybe I'm wrong, and I may have told some people the wrong thing, and I've got broad shoulders, I'll accept that, but it was my understanding that if they got their application in prior to the enactment of the impact fees on September 8th, that they would not be subject to those impact fees, other than the water and sewer fees, which became, they were immediately enacted. So,
yes. So remember, the impact fees were very complex, but we had a lot of great conversation related to this issue specifically. And the board's direction and action was that impact fees are assessed at time of permit issuance. And we discussed, in this venue, even that is typically the most logical point, because that's where a financial transaction exists today. not at permit application, but at issuance, and for a multitude of other reasons. There are pros and cons to both. We discussed all of them. We can go back through them, but the ordinance did adopt the board action, which was at permit issuance. So putting an application in the system does not mean you're exempt from an impact fee, because we all know, and we've seen municipalities, even our own, the last time we imposed impact fees before our moratorium, what we saw was an attempt to get an application in regardless of how qualified that application truly was. So you could have 1,000 applications hit the system tomorrow, none of which are genuinely, truly ready to be issued, but the intent was to get an application in prior to impact fees. So we talked through that in here, and then we talked through the fact that the desire was truly to have the conversation of having the impact fees assessed at issuance for a multitude of reasons.
Yeah, no, I definitely understand that, getting it on the front end, and I think my comment was we didn't want to be chasing our money.
Right, so we also talked about doing it at CO, right? And here we kind of talked 3 different options.
And then you've got a bunch of houses that aren't finished.
That's right.
So, yeah.
And a lot of times, as we discussed here, for those of us that have built a house, you start out with one price and then change orders along the way. And then by the end of it, by the time you get your CO, you're tapped out beyond your budget already because somebody had to have something extra. And the last thing you want to do is then hit them with an impact fee at the end.
And not give them their CO because
Sure.
Yeah, no, and we talked about that. No, I thought we had talked about doing it. I agree that the terminology was there. I was just hoping there was a way for those that were on the border of permitting their house and getting their house started, that they could forego those. But so, and it's my understanding that once the application is made, planning and zoning has 30 days to get it turned around, correct?
Yes, sir, that's what's allowed in statute.
Okay, so in reality, they really had a 60-day window, because if they didn't get it turned in within the first 60 days, they had no chance of missing.
So just because it's allowable in statute, we truly haven't been on a 30-day turnaround in probably a year. We are on a much faster turnaround, and knowing that impact fees were coming and that we may have some people wanting to get in, we currently have one company that's a third-party company that can do private plans review and inspections for us to help turn. We have a second company that we're in negotiations right now with contracts that likely would also be supplemental staffing to allow us to answer the volume of demand with an appropriate response. Our intent has never and will never be to take 30 days just because statute gives us 30 days to do something with it.
Sure. I was just.
And a lot of that depends on the complexity of the project and how complete the application comes in on day one. We have some applications that come in with a name and an address, and then they wait for us to tell them everything else they need. There's a multitude of capacities as to what we see, and we try our best to guide each one, regardless of their level of where they come in and their knowledge in the industry, through to a path of success.
Gotcha. Just trying to answer questions for constituents out there.
Yeah.
And how quickly they needed to get that turned in. So
We're getting a lot of questions too. We're giving the same guidance. We're working as diligently as we can with everyone who wants to get an application in, to do everything on our end that we can to ensure that if they are complete, they're ready to go.
I knew you guys were there to help on that, but thank you for explaining it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Commissioner Palacier.
I had this conversation with Mr. Suggs a few weeks ago, and Ms. Young, I thoroughly agree. If they just put their name on it and say, here's my application, that don't qualify. But if we had 1,000 of those, or ever how many we had, and you had a qualified application that had done their due diligence, everything was correct, and we didn't get to them in that timely manner, they should not be held responsible for that impact fee. If their application is turned in complete, thoroughly done, and ready to be executed, they should not be held up or should not be fined because, and I'm gonna call it a fine at that time, because of our workload.
Right, and with the setup that we implemented, that scenario hasn't happened, won't happen.
Thank you.
So, we are reviewing all of them. It's not like anybody is sitting in the queue waiting to get through the guy before them or the lady before them or whomever.
Have you seen an influx of applications since this has come about?
We've seen an influx in calls and inquiries wanting to gather some information. You know, a lot of people saying, I may be on the fence, I may want to. We've seen a few applications, but not the influx that we would have seen if the caveat was just throw an application in the system.
Right.
So I met with Leo last week. He said everything was running 100 times smoother than it ran the last time based on the decisions that the board made and how we implement it. So as of now, in fact, we met again with the entire team, planning, Leo, IT, and administration this week to review the impact fees, scenarios, and structures, and everything is, from our side, is being implemented as smoothly as we think it can be.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Alexander, you still have the floor.
I'm done.
All right. Commissioner Newbold.
Well, we've been here this long, so I'm gonna keep us here a little longer.
That's fine. That's what we're here for.
I have a couple of items. I'd like to introduce the board to a possible project down in District 1. As many of you are aware, there's the middle school campus that the school board has more or less surplus there. It's an inactive campus sitting in the middle of Crescent City.
That's the George Miller?
George Miller Middle School campus, yes. I've been peripherally having discussions informally with some community leaders in the school board, and would like to ask the commission's permission to speak with them in a public fashion. There's the possibility of the county acquiring that space very economically, and if that were to happen, it might be a candidate for a project that would benefit both the city and the county, and District 1 and the county as a whole. I'm not asking for purchasing powers or spending any money, but I would like to enter into discussions to see if that space could be acquired economically, and then at that point it would make sense to flesh out a plan for your further look. So anyway, if I could get permission to work with staff to speak with the county, I would appreciate that.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Newbold, that's a great idea, and I serve on the Putnam County Development Authority along with our clerk of the court, who's our chairman. I've brought that up before about that building, and that might be something that the Development Authority could help purchase and make it incubator type situation, whatever the thought might be. So I'm not putting words in your mouth or thoughts. I'm just saying that the Development Authority is there to provide economic opportunities for the county. So if there's something you want to bring to the Development Authority, they do meet next week, and you're more than welcome to do that. Right, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. I believe that's correct.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So my comments would be, the tax collector and the property appraisers, I believe we have to rent the building that they're in.
Not the main campus, but the two annex buildings. Yes, ma'am, we do.
In Crescent City.
And Interlaken.
Right, exactly. So, to me, it all comes down to business, right? So if there's an opportunity to not pay a lease, I mean, we've been there 30 years. I mean, I know how old I am, and it's been there since I've been here, so we're not gonna talk about my age, but it's over 50.
I'm not sure the annex locations have been there that long,
How long,
especially.
JR, how long? So I see you shaking your head,
Yeah,
you have
they're
knowledge.
relatively new to the community, having those annexes there, but the buildings are old, but the annexes themselves are.
So we haven't always had an office down there? I did not know that, okay. Well, either way, I think from a business perspective, you gotta look at, your return on investment. Again, we used that earlier. I think, but I'm okay with you having the conversation. I just don't want that I watched the city commission meeting from Crescent City. I saw the discussion and the debate. I just don't want the citizens to feel like, because you're there, that there's any promises being made, that they completely understand everything has to come back to the board for approval. And I know you'll handle that on your end, but I just want to say that publicly, because I think what happens as we see is people get their hopes up and they go, oh, but I spoke to the county. Just because you spoke to them didn't mean it was an okay thing, you know, that's an approved project. It just means you spoke to somebody at the county. So I'm in favor of it personally. I think is everybody on the board okay with that? With him having discussions? Yeah, okay. But I just, you know, my only concern is the public needs to understand that it has to come back to the board. And I know you'll handle that.
Yeah, I do appreciate it. And this initial step would just to see if it could be acquired in a reasonable manner, because if it can't, it wouldn't make any economic sense.
Right.
But after that, if that is come to fruition, I would come with a plan that I think touches a little bit on everything that you guys have mentioned, and would hopefully be economical, be an asset to Putnam County in general. And if I come and make that presentation and it just doesn't make sense, well, then it just doesn't make sense, and we rock along. But thank you for that. I have one other ask. Well, one that's related to animal services. I want to give some kudos right off the bat to our staff, to animal services employees. We've made a lot of progress in a short period of time. I know it's been a long time coming, but we have infrastructural advances about to come to fruition. We've got human capital improvements there, just with a couple of the little, I don't know, maybe touchy-feely, nicey things that have come through this culture of change that's happening in that space. Staff, in conjunction with some outside communities, with private partners in the animal welfare space, have worked together to place, I think, over 20 dogs in the last month outside of our community, from our shelters to other communities. Relationships are being built there. That will be an ongoing practice. Ms. Julianne and her team came up with the cat adoption program that many people may not be aware of yet, but you know, as you're out and about in the community, you'll come into businesses who are taking these cat condos for whatever. It's a little beautiful little wire, comfortable condominium for cats, and anyway,
it's really a mobile adoption.
A mobile adoption. So you may trip into the brewery or into an insurance agency, and those community partners, auto repair shops, have committed to placing these cat condos in their places of business. These cats have had vaccines, they've been fixed, and they have paperwork there ready for adoption. So, you know, little creative things like that, they make a difference. They move the needle. And I guess I'll get to my ask here now. With all the positives that are going on in that space, I think for the long run, for the holistic approach to that program, we're still weak. We're missing a puzzle piece, and that's the enforcement aspect of our code as it relates to animal welfare. And I don't want to get into the nuts and bolts of that, but I'd like to have the commission's permission to meet with staff and all of the appropriate partners that may help us develop a enforcement apparatus for Putnam County. And that's likely to be our court system, magistrates, the sheriff's office, state's attorneys. It's going to be a wide variety of people that can come together and craft a document and a process that's good for Putnam County. There are other counties that have, you know, more robust programs, but you just can't take one from Volusia or Orange and pop it down in Putnam because we're different. Anyway, I'd like the okay to move forward in that space and come back to you, with some recommendations over time.
All right, Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
Mr. Newbold, I think I speak for Madam Chair as well. We would like to applaud you for taking the reins on that.
Wow.
She and I have been working diligently with the local agencies, and Have you willing to take the lead on that? Honestly, it's a load off of our shoulders because you can only do so much as a commissioner, and thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, I wanted to make this public ask because as I'm going out there researching this, I'm tripping across you guys, working in the same space. And I think we can organize it. I'll certainly come to you guys for help and direction, but I think we can accomplish something good here over time. Now, it may take a little while because there are way more moving parts in this than I had ever imagined.
Yes.
But it can be done. We'll start it incrementally, and I just want to see it moving forward.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Commissioner Palacier.
Mr. Grimes, could you give us an update on the shelter and where we stand and how's it looking, just a broad picture?
Sure. So we put the gutters on the building last week. The underground piping is going to the retention area from the building because it's inherently not a particularly dry site. So we're trying to get as much water shed off there as what we can.
Sure.
So that is completed. The base has been put down for the roadways. The concrete's been poured, the sidewalks around the building. The CAT condo is installed. I'm waiting now for the fire suppression you guys approved 2 weeks ago. We got them their PDF files on what has to be done. Just waiting on them to install the fire suppression system. The inside is winding up quite nicely. We're getting in there every day. Usually it's everybody there just doing the touch-up pieces. So, so we're just got all of the pieces now outside are coming together. We got the contractors coming in there to put the fence in, the play yards, the turf's going to go down in the next few weeks. So we're steady moving. So, I mean, now that the outside's catching up with the inside, it's going to be pretty quick. I mean, as a matter of fact, the guy told me he's ready to pave, but I'm not ready for him to pave because I'll totally take the miss on this when I looked at the building because, man, this thing needs gutters, right? So we had to get the gutters installed on the building, but we can't put that pipe in until after we lay the asphalt. So the pipe got there. I think Mr. Ladd and the Public Works crew, Mr. Stout's crew, delivered it on Friday last week, and Mr. Ladd told me that he was going to try to get it in there this week to get that put in so that that portion of it's done, and then we can lay the asphalt on top so the parking lot and all that stuff will be done. So moving along quite nicely.
Are all the kennels done? I know one building was, and I wasn't sure if the second building was.
Just waiting on the contractor. We're going to put the chain link fencing up on the back of the one set of pins.
Right, but inside the buildings are done? The kennels?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am. Yes,
okay,
ma'am. Mhm.
Okay.
Ballpark idea of when we might cut a ribbon?
He's always worried about that.
I'll let Ms. Young take that one.
Oh, I see how this is. So
Ballpark.
I saw what happened. I
That's
saw
a
what
pin
happened.
down. Ballpark.
Fall of 2025.
There.
Let's stay
Pretty
there.
ball. That's pretty park.
Let's stay there. Commissioner, can I add, just while we're talking animal services, just a few meetings ago, you guys allocated us 2 additional dispatchers and 1 street ops coordinator. So as of this week, our street ops coordinator has been hired, and he has extensive background with cases and magistrates, and he will be doing in the field training and kind of coordinating our officers' activities and responses and truly bringing some process to that. We also hired 1 of the 2 dispatchers, and we have interviews this week for a second dispatcher. All of our shelter care attendants are full, and we are actually interviewing this week for a potential inmate supervisor to supervise female inmates who can come help provide additional and supplemental care and welfare to the animals out there. So on the staffing front, your guys' investment, we knew it wouldn't be immediate, but it is certainly paying dividends already. We have the new dispatchers in training, and so we're going through all those processes to continue to make sure we are able to enhance the service level of what we provide to the animals and to the community.
All right.
Thank you.
Commissioner, you still have the floor. Commissioner Newbold.
That is it. Thank you so much.
Well, since you're on that subject, tell me, spay and neuter. How many animals do we have currently? I know you and I talked about this a little while ago. Do we have that are fully vetted, adoptable, ready to go because they're vaccinated? And I mean, roughly, I think you told me, was it 65?
That number changes every day, and that's
Okay.
why every time I tell you a number, it's going to be different. So, and I'd say that with it ebbs and flows, right? We did an adoption event. Unfortunately, we adopted 6. We ended up with 6 new puppies because somebody showed up with 7-week-old puppies that they absolutely couldn't take, and they were going to put them on the street, right? And so, well, we thought we were making a lot of headway in getting 6 in a home. We ended up at net 0. Today, 9 dogs are headed to UF to be spayed and neutered, and Thursday, 15 cats are headed to be spayed and neutered.
Okay.
So every single week, we work with a multitude of partners, UF being the largest, to adequately assess the medical needs of what we have. Local veterinarians traditionally take care of our medical needs as far as a neglect situation or an injury, but we work with the Jacksonville organizational No More Homeless Pets. We work with Fix 'em All. We work with UF. So we try to source it as we have the need. And again, every day that number ebbs and flows based on adoptions and then what comes in the door. But we traditionally, as of Monday, let's give you that number, we had 30 cats that were completely vetted, ready to go, and we had about 60 that needed to be vetted and ready to go. Now, remember, kittens have to get to a certain age and weight before they can go anywhere, so a lot of that number is 5 or 6 litters of kittens that we end up with that they have to hold until they're age appropriate. And we did have a higher number of dogs ready to go. And thankfully, the resource that we were able to connect with through the Animal Welfare League has been willing to take some of those unfixed animals because they can source them through them as well. So that's been a huge asset to our operations.
Yeah, thank you for that. You know, I just feel like that we're going to a new shelter, which is going to be great, right? It's going to be night and day compared to where we're at. But I feel like we need to clean our shelter out before we move, right? So we're going to, I mean, and I know we can clean them out and adopt them all out, and the next week we're going to, I mean, the next day, or the next hour, we've got boxes being dropped off at the gate. We've got more calls that we need answered. But we can't service the people in the community, and we've said this all along, with the amount of animals we have. And so my question is, should we be doing a big adopt-a-thon? I saw that Clay County just did that. I mean, that we can work with other agencies and just, I mean, I would love to see that. You know, when we set up out front, you know, all those animals, we had hundreds of people that wanted to come and adopt those animals, and it was a big deal. And so can we do that? I mean, what would it take? I mean, I would love to see us come together as a board. Listen, I'll go out and wash dogs if I have to. I have no problem with it. I'll be glad to do it, in all seriousness. And, you know, whatever it is we can do to get these animals adoptable and have a big adopt-a-thon or whatever you want to call it, what can we do? What's your suggestion?
Sure, let me first look into the logistics to make sure we have a finite date of when we can get everybody spayed, neutered, because that needs to be first and foremost.
Yeah, I don't want to send animals out that aren't spayed, neutered, because I think it contributes to the problem.
And then we'll look at staffing a big joint adoption agency, adoption event, and we can do it with departments. I mean, when we had one before, I'm going to tell you, the fire rescue members were incredible. People adopted dogs from fire rescue when they walked by somebody planning walking the same dog, right? So maybe we can pull in a multitude of departments or anybody that might be free that day to help with something like that. And of course, we have in the provisions the ability to be able to waive those fees and do something. So let me bring something back to you.
Okay, I just feel like we need to do something like that, especially before we move all those animals to a new facility, stress them out again, and all of that. If there's an option that, if we can just have some, we need to empty our shelters. They're overflowing, we all know it. But of course, we also want them spayed and neutered. And spay and neuter to me is Commissioner Newbold, if this is something that you're going to tackle, I think that spay and neuter has to be on the forefront. I think it's the one thing that I know ARC Rescue down in Crescent City did get the grant from the state, and that they are giving out vouchers, and people are going through them to get their animals in the public that they need help with at a low cost. I think they're working with citizens, but I think spay and neuter, as we go forward and you're working on this, needs to be something on the very top of the list.
Well, I think what I'm going to focus on first is the enforcement aspect, but I believe in and I don't want to throw anything out there that shouldn't be public, but there are a number of items working our way through admin that are related to just the holistic approach of the animal services program. And I think, without letting any cats out of bags, so to speak, we're going to see some real positive movement in that area, just in the natural process here. So, but that is you're right, it's a huge, important part of the whole.
Commissioner Alexander?
Yes, ma'am. I love your idea of the adopt-a-thon. That's great. Ms. Holmes and I talked about with the renewed interest and the excitement over the new facility that we do a big grand opening and we do a big grand opening, and we could have a big adopt-a-thon at that point. I know part of your narrative was to limit the stress on the animals, but the ones that we don't, maybe we might have an opportunity with all the people coming to see the new facility, that excitement may drive some people to take some of these home. I mean, but there's a counterpoint to that is if they go to the old facility, they're going, yeah, we need to get them out of here. But the new facility, they might say, well, this is really nice, they can stay. But I think that there's going to be a ton of excitement. And again, the EMS service is right there; they can participate. It's right behind them. We won't have any logistics issues. Maybe get some of the deputies over because it's right by their office as well. Everything's pretty centrally located, so we're going to have traffic out there. So maybe we can capitalize on some of that.
Okay. All right, very good. Anything else? All right, Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to bring up annexation that we had years ago. The first annex for county services was out in Miller's Plaza out in Interlaken. If you remember, Mike Noon had a motor home, and he brought out there and he plugged it into the pole, and the pole's still sitting there with the equipment. But that was the first tag office that kind of annexed out of the city of Palatka, went to Interlaken. So I remember those days. The adoption, what we just talked about, I think Commissioner Palacier was here when we did that. We'd actually go down and cook hot dogs for the adoption day. So we can do something like that. Is that funny, Julianne, or just food in general right now? Okay. Guys, I want to bring up something that's important to me, and I want to thank JR, number one. The fire department in West Putnam, if you haven't been out there on Baden Powell, it's 10 feet bigger than the other one in East Palatka, but I can tell you it looks huge on that property. And it's a beautiful facility. Go out there and take a look at it. Chief Back, you're out there almost every day. I saw that. But a lot of hard work is going to go in, and that's going to serve that area tremendously. You've heard me mention the floor at the Expo building. Okay. I am going to dedicate $30,000 of my discretionary fund we already got a price of $29,000 to do the floor. This will make administration go out and get 2 more estimates. But if we can get that in at $30,000, then I'm going to dedicate $30,000 to that floor. And the other one, the asphalt around the Maltby building, we got a price of $15,500. I'm going to dedicate $16,000 of my discretionary fund to that project to get that moving. And those, first week of school, everybody be careful out there. Put your phones away. Remember, you're in a school zone. Be very careful driving down the road. And honestly, if people would just pay attention to the speed limit and what's going on, then life would be good and we wouldn't have the accidents, including me. I get distracted at times, but I have to remind myself that I'm on a mission. And I do. We all get distracted, but put the phone down, pay attention to what you're doing. It can wait 5-10 minutes till you get to where you're going. And Madam Chair, that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Board. I know this was a longer meeting than what we normally have. However, I think it is good that we vet all of these issues out and that we have the discussion. And while we might not all be on the same page all the time, I know that generally speaking, we all have the right mission in mind. And I appreciate that about this board. Moving forward at the next board meeting or in the next couple weeks, Mr. Suggs, if you could work with your board to talk about legislative priorities. I know we talked about this is a short year and we're going to be going in, so I would like for each one of the board members to let Mr. Suggs know, and then he can collect them up and we can come back and talk about what legislative priorities we want to have going into the next legislative year. And with that, that's all I have. Anything else to come before the board? This meeting is adjourned.